At 2:17 a.m., in the closed meeting room of Buckingham Palace, a statement rang out that left all advisers present nearly speechless. The king, his face hollowed by illness and eyes exhausted, was said to have spoken 4 words no one had ever dared to imagine at this moment. "I want a divorce." A cold, decisive statement, full of contradiction, with the long journey he had fought to legitimize his love for Camilla. What had driven King Charles, at 76, in the most fragile stage of his health, to want to end a marriage he once considered destiny? And more importantly, how was this decision connected to secrets buried for years within the palace's ancient walls? Was this the final collapse of Charles' reign, or a moment of vindication for Diana after years of suffering? Because just before that fateful night, the king had received a shocking intelligence report. The report revealed that Camilla had secretly contacted biographers and media directors to rewrite history, distort the image of the late Princess Diana and Prince William, while portraying herself as a central figure in the royal family. Meanwhile, the palace was in unprecedented chaos. Staff quietly boycotted. The media shifted. The public enraged. Everything created the sense of an investigation peeling back layer after layer of hidden truth. To understand why everything exploded at this moment, we must trace back the hidden sequence of events known only to the most powerful people in the palace. In the early hours, the atmosphere in Buckingham Palace was so heavy that even long-serving staff felt the unusual tension in every breath. The long corridors were dimly lit by a few pale yellow wall lamps, creating deep shadows that seemed to swallow every sound. The great clock struck 2:17, its chime cutting through the silence like a blade. The meeting room door on the west side of the palace opened slightly, revealing King Charles with a hollowed face and eyes deep, as if he had not slept for days. Those present in the dark room all understood that something very serious was about to happen. Charles sat at the head of the table. His movements were slow and heavy, as if he had to gather all his strength for each gesture. On the table lay a thick black-bound dossier, neatly arranged in stark contrast to the chaos brewing in the palace. 3 senior advisers sat opposite the king, face tense, hands clasped under the table to hide their restlessness. No one dared breathe heavily. They waited. They had some idea, but they could not have imagined how cruel what they were about to hear would be. Charles inhaled deeply, then spoke in a hoarse, cold voice, like the wind whistling through an old window. She crossed the line. "This cannot continue." The 4 advisers exchanged stunned looks. They knew these words would shake the very foundations of the monarchy. One of them tried to remain calm, speaking softly. "Your Majesty, could you clarify further?" Charles did not answer immediately. He opened the dossier, and as the first pages were laid on the table, the room sank into another layer of silence. The intelligence report, sent to the palace less than 6 hours earlier, documented a series of secret contacts between Camilla and controversial biographers over the past years. According to the report, Camilla had not only tried to portray herself as a devoted and misunderstood woman, but had deliberately manipulated historical narratives to defame the late Princess Diana. Some sections even indicated that she had directly provided false information to diminish Prince William's credibility, while elevating her own role in the transfer of power. One advisor could not contain himself, eyes wide. "Your Majesty, this goes far beyond what we ever suspected." Charles closed his eyes, hands trembling slightly. "I gave her too many chances," he said, voice choked. "But this is betrayal, not just against me, but against Diana, against William, against the image of the monarchy. I cannot allow this to continue." Another wave of silence swept over the room. Everyone understood the true meaning of that statement. A divorce at this moment would not just be a family matter, it would be a political bomb, a media earthquake. and a major question mark over the future of the throne, one cautious advisor spoke up. "Your Majesty, we need to consider the stability of the monarchy. If this becomes public, pressure from the public and Parliament could trigger a succession crisis." Charles opened his eyes. Looking straight at them, "If I close my eyes to the truth for the sake of the throne, what value does that throne hold? I have lived long enough to know the limits of a human being, and I have reached mine." Those words made two advisors bow their heads. The third, the closest to Charles, silently observed and realized clearly. It was not anger that possessed him now, but exhaustion to the point of despair. Cancer was gradually weakening his body. Secret treatments, long days of fatigue, sleepless nights, all had left him without the strength to continue a marriage that had long rotted. "Your Majesty," the close advisor spoke very softly, "are you sure this is the decision you want to make in your current fragile health? She, after all, is still the Queen. Public opinion will be in turmoil." Charles folded his arms, eyes slowly rising to the ceiling, as if listening to some distant sound. "When I fought to legitimize this love, I thought it was the right thing. But love only exists with respect, and this is betrayal. Camilla has gone too far. She has not only harmed me, she has sullied Diana's memory. That I will never forgive." No one dared interrupt. The entire room waited for the king to speak further, but Charles just sat there, motionless, looking like a shadow, trying to hold on to his last remaining strength. He raised a hand to rub his chest, where the pain was appearing more frequently. "I do not have much time left to correct my mistakes, and I do not want to die in a false marriage." Another advisor boldly asked, "Your Majesty, so what is your plan?" Charles placed the dossier back on the table, then spoke without hesitation. "I want to prepare divorce proceedings secretly, in the early stage, and you must be ready for the media crisis. They will ask, they will dig, but we must hold our ground." As he spoke, it was clearly visible that his left hand trembled slightly, not out of anger, but because his body was exhausted. One advisor stood up, about to run for a doctor, but Charles raised his hand to stop him. "I am fine. I am just tired." His voice was so soft, it sounded like his breath slipping away. What made the meeting heavier was a truth everyone knew but dared not voice. Charles was not only facing a marriage about to collapse, he was facing the greatest fear of his life. The fear of a king who knew his time was running short. One advisor slowly asked, "Do you want us to contact Prince William?" "Your Majesty, do you think you should inform him first?" Charles nodded very lightly. "William needs to know the whole truth, and it will affect him more than it affects me." The meeting ended after nearly an hour. When the advisors stood, they realized something had permanently changed. Not just the divorce decision. It was the first time they had seen a king admit his own helplessness. Not helplessness in power, but helplessness in life. When the meeting room door closed behind them, Charles remained alone. The yellow light fell on his aged face, revealing the wrinkles of disappointment and the marks of regret. He whispered softly, more to himself than anyone else, "I tried, but everything has gone too far." And in that moment, within the vast palace, there remained only an old man, carrying the pain of a love exhausted, a betrayal unforgivable, and the burden of a throne shaking. Divorce was no longer an option. It had become inevitable. Only the timing of its announcement to the world remained. But that meeting was only the surface. In the darkness of the palace, a silent uprising had begun. No one announced it. No one organized it. No flags were raised. Yet from the red-carpeted corridors to the discreet service rooms behind the scenes, there was a subtle shift, so intense that even the closest observers had to startle at realizing everything had slipped out of control. And the scariest part was that it did not happen loudly. It happened coldly, deliberately, as if everything was waiting for the exact moment to erupt. The uprising began with seemingly small things: a cup of tea delivered 10 minutes late, an order ignored, a midnight call unanswered. Those who had served 3 generations of the royal family seemed to have collectively decided they would no longer bow to Camilla. They did not speak it aloud. No one dared. But their eyes exchanged messages as they passed her room, betraying everything. It was discomfort, fatigue, a sense of long-accumulated resentment that could not be released, and once that resentment found a chance to erupt, it spread like an underground fire beneath glowing embers. A long-serving butler whispered in a corner of the kitchen. The usual gathering point for palace secrets, the butler, known for his strictness and rarely complaining, for the first time uttered a phrase that was almost a confession. "We have served 3 generations of the royal family, but never have we had to serve someone like her." Those words immediately spread among the service staff. Like a spark lighting dry wood, it created a shared mindset where everyone felt they were no longer alone in this silent resistance. They began to watch Camilla with different eyes, no longer reluctantly respectful, but with vigilant challenge. Meanwhile, outside the palace, another wave was rising stronger than ever. It was the wave of support for Diana, the woman who had left this world nearly 3 decades ago, but still lived forever in the hearts of the British people. The media began digging up Diana's iconic words. "There were 3 of us in this marriage." That phrase appeared repeatedly across newspapers, in commentary programs, even on social media forums, and strangely, the more people repeated it, the more public opinion tended to place Camilla back in the role of the third party, a character who intruded into the royal marriage, hurt Diana, and now continued to sow division within the palace. The contrast between Camilla's current image and the memory of Diana made the social atmosphere heavy. Although everyone knew Princess Diana had once been a victim of a failed marriage, now the story seemed to be retold from a new perspective. Camilla was cast as the villain, while Diana became a symbol of purity and endurance. A series of analytical articles, investigative reports, videos, and documents were published to assert that it seemed the public had too easily forgiven Camilla over the years. Now, with palace internal upheavals leaked to the outside, that forgiveness was being gradually withdrawn. Even within the halls of Buckingham Palace, Diana's image began to reappear. At first, it was only an old photo displayed in the internal library storage, later followed by images placed back in positions where they had once been. This was not at Charles' request, nor was it Camilla's desire. It was the decision of the royal household staff, as a way of sending a subtle message to the superiors. Those photos became evidence that the public and palace staff had never forgotten the woman who had once shaken the entire monarchy. Amid this chaos, Prince William chose silence. He made no comments, even as the media repeatedly questioned him, but his silence did not mean neutrality. On the contrary, that very silence carried a weight that could not be ignored. His decisions, from prioritizing charity work associated with his mother's legacy to avoiding appearances with Camilla at major events, were a silent declaration of his stance. Longtime royal watchers understood that when William was silent, it was when he expressed his strongest position. Many palace staff reported that they had never seen William behave so clearly. Although he did not speak, his eyes, whenever his mother was mentioned, contained an old pain that had never vanished. And as rumors spread about Camilla allegedly working with biographers to adjust Diana's story, William became colder than ever. He avoided direct contact with Camilla, limited joint appearances, and even avoided appearing in family photos. This only reinforced the media's belief that the royal household was in serious turmoil. Inside the palace, the staff not only boycotted Camilla but also began to openly show support for Diana, A gardener recounted that he had voluntarily restored the small garden where Diana had spent so much time. He did it without any request from his superiors, seeing it as a way to pay tribute to the woman who, in his view, had been the only one to truly care about the lives of palace workers. When that garden bloomed again, others quietly brought white roses to place there, turning it into a small but powerful symbol. While all of this was happening, Camilla began to feel her position shaking. She demanded that staff record all daily activities and insisted they appear on time for every task. Yet instead of consolidating her power, these rigid orders only intensified the resistance. One night, she called a servant to fix the heater in her room, but no one responded. The next morning, the explanation given to her was that the schedule had been mixed up, although everyone knew it was not true. This coldness seeped into every corner of the palace, to the extent that some advisors feared that if Charles truly decided to divorce Camilla, the matter would not only shake the monarchy and the media, but also create a serious personnel crisis. No one was certain what would happen if Camilla lost all her power, while opposition toward her had already reached its peak. But the most important point was that everyone sensed this was not merely an uprising against Camilla, it was also the return of Diana's name, like an old wind rising from the deepest corners of the British monarchy, and somehow, amidst the mounting tension, between the staff's anger and William's weighty silence, people began to believe that the truths that had been hidden about Diana's life and death were gradually being brought to light, not through an official investigation, but through attitudes, memories, and resentment accumulated over 3 decades. The silent uprising in the palace was not just aimed at Camilla, it was like a declaration that every injustice Diana had suffered was being balanced. Every act of staff boycott, every media article mentioning the famous words about the 3-person marriage, every image of Diana restored on the walls, all contributed to the sense that, finally, the truth was finding its own voice, and as these secrets were about to emerge, no one knew what would happen next. But everyone understood that once this wave had started, it would not stop until everything hidden inside the palace for so many years was exposed. While public opinion sided with Diana, the royal lawyers began preparing for a fierce legal battle. The atmosphere inside Clarence House was like a war room. It was called the War Room of the Royal Legal Advisory Team, a room with walls covered in top-secret documents, thick files stacked on tables, and a silence so tense that the rustling of paper by each advisor could be heard. Everyone understood that the moment King Charles announced his intent to divorce Camilla, they were officially drawn into a battle that could shake the monarchy's image. The chief legal advisor opened the meeting with a brief statement that made everyone fully grasp the gravity of the task ahead. He said this was no longer an ordinary divorce. It was a matter of survival for the stability of the monarchy and the honor of those who would inherit the throne. Immediately after the opening remark, the list of measures to strip Camilla of her privileges was presented. The first file clearly stated that Camilla would lose all access to the royal funds. This meant she would no longer be able to use any financial resources from Buckingham Palace, have no staff budget, no media team budget, and could not operate any personal activities under the royal name. The second file recorded the revocation of all travel privileges. After the divorce, Camilla would no longer have access to the royal plane or the special vehicles designated for senior members. Official trips, ceremonies, and international events she had once proudly attended were all marked as cancelled. She would only retain an honorary title without any real power or accompanying benefits. This was how the monarchy minimized the risks Camilla could pose if she continued to appear as a figure of authority. The third file placed on the table was even colder. It required Camilla to leave all royal residences after the divorce and live at Mill House, the private home she owned before marrying Charles. This decision carried immense symbolic weight. It sent a message to the world that Camilla was removed from the center of power. She would no longer be allowed at places like Clarence House, Highgrove, or Sandringham, all spaces associated with royal authority. Forcing Camilla back to Ray Mill House also signified the complete end of her role in the family, but the harshest clause, and the one that required the longest discussion among advisers, was the massive financial penalty if Camilla revealed royal secrets. This was not merely a legal clause, but also a shield protecting the honor of those preparing to assume ultimate power. The strongest demand for this clause came from Prince William. Those present in the war room recounted that William had issued clear instructions. He wanted a clause strong enough to prevent Camilla from writing memoirs, giving interviews, or cooperating with any journalist to create a story favorable to her, especially any content that could affect his mother. William's determination forced the war room to adjust the penalty to an almost unimaginable amount, enough to make anyone hesitate before considering revealing secrets. When these clauses were finalized and sent to Camilla's representatives, her mood instantly fell into chaos. She was described as having thrown the files onto the floor in anger, but after the initial rage, a sense of panic took over. She realized this was a decisive counterattack. Everything she had built over the years behind Charles was crumbling. Her greatest fear was the gag clause, because it meant she could not tell the story she always believed she deserved to tell. A close confidant described Camilla as having sleepless nights. She paced the room like someone cornered. On one hand, she was furious, feeling betrayed. On the other, she understood that she no longer had any truly solid support, because as Charles weakened due to illness, real power in the palace gradually shifted to William and Kate, people Camilla had never been close to. While Camilla fell into a state of crisis, the royal war room did not slow down at all. On the contrary, they continued analyzing public reactions and sought to ensure that this decision would not damage the heir's image. The monarchy understood that if Camilla retaliated through the media, William would be the first to suffer. Camilla's distorted writings aimed to rewrite Diana's image, and that would directly affect William's standing in the public eye. Thus, the entire legal strategy this time had a much larger goal: to protect William and Kate's image before the power transition. With Kate facing health issues, the monarchy could not allow any scandal to shake the image of this young family. Camilla became the greatest threat because she possessed too much confidential information and had secretly collaborated with multiple media groups. Looking at all the measures being prepared, it was clear that the monarchy was acting more decisively than ever. They not only wanted to sever the relationship between Charles and Camilla, but also wanted to establish a legal barrier high enough to block any possibility of her returning to disrupt public opinion. For them, this was a battle they could not afford to lose. Behind those cold clauses lay the future of the throne. William and Kate needed absolute protection, and to achieve that, they had to ensure that shadows from the past would never again haunt the family. But amid the tense daily divorce battle, the king's health became the greatest variable. Everything started with a seemingly harmless recording that shook the entire palace. In the recording, Charles' voice was no longer clear as before, but hoarse and fragmented, as if every word cost him enormous effort. His doctors, who had always maintained optimism to avoid panic, had to admit that the king's condition was worsening significantly. Treatments originally scheduled regularly now had to be increased to manage symptoms beyond expectations. The fatigue evident in his eyes and slow steps made it clear to any close observer that time was no longer on the king's side. Within the royal family, many confidential discussions took place that did not leak out, or at least they believed so. Those present in the meetings admitted that Charles could hardly continue fully performing the duties of a head of state. The number of cancelled events in recent months had risen abnormally, and what worried everyone most was that he barely had the strength to engage with the public. Trips that had once been his pride were now removed from the schedule. It became increasingly evident that the king was gradually being worn down under the scrutiny of the world. As his health became serious, one question immediately arose. Could Charles continue to reign? Or was it time to consider the option the monarchy had always avoided? In unnamed meeting rooms within the palace, tense discussions reached unprecedented levels about the possibility of his abdication in 2026. Many documents were prepared for unexpected situations, and some advisors even simulated scenarios if the king had to step down earlier than planned. No one dared to speak aloud. But everyone knew this decision would create an unprecedented shock in the modern history of the British monarchy. In this context, William had almost no choice but to step up and assume most of the actual power. Important meetings that were once chaired by his father were quietly but surely transferred to him. People became accustomed to seeing William represent the monarchy at critical events. While Charles gradually disappeared from official frames, remarkably, William did not merely appear as a temporary representative, but also became the face the public trusted during this period of instability. He was expected to restore the stability the monarchy was gradually losing day by day. At the same time, Kate became another crucial pillar on which the palace relied. Her image was carefully cultivated to serve as a spiritual anchor for the public. As Charles' illness worsened and the royal marriage entered a turbulent phase, Kate appeared as a symbol of calm, grazie, and steadiness. She maintained the connection between the monarchy and the public by presenting herself with composure before the cameras, even while battling her own health challenges. For the palace, Kate was not just the heir's wife, but also a shield protecting the image of the next generation from being shaken. Every move by palace advisors during this period reflected extreme caution. They understood that any misinformation or misstep could spark doubts about the current dynasty's leadership. Therefore, they focused intensely on shaping public opinion, protecting William and Kate's image, and minimizing attention to Charles' health condition. It was suspected that even the official announcements released were only the tip of the iceberg. As the palace always had a tradition of protecting the truth at all costs, especially in such fragile moments. Gradually, the story was no longer just about the health of a king, but became the largest transfer of power in half a century since Queen Elizabeth II ascended the throne. International observers began analyzing every small movement of the royal family, from William's more frequent appearances to the strategic steps of the advisors. The future of the British monarchy was shifting quietly but powerfully, as if the entire dynasty was sliding into a new chapter. Even though no one had officially acknowledged it, and whether the abdication plan would be announced in 2026 or not, the clearest fact at this moment was that Charles' position was shakier than ever. While the next generation was prepared to step into a historic moment, then, like pouring oil on fire, a new scandal emerged, leaving Camilla with no way to turn back. The story began when Princess Anne, known for her strictness and sense of responsibility for the family's legacy, received leaked information that some of the late Queen Elizabeth II's valuable jewelry seemed to have disappeared from the royal archives. These jewels were not only materially valuable but also carried memories, symbols of power, and history of the British dynasty. Their absence from the archives was unacceptable to any royal member, especially Anne, who always placed the monarchy's legacy and honor above all. Upon receiving the news, Anne could not let it pass normally. She understood that this was not merely a typical theft, but could pose a serious threat to the family's image and reputation. Therefore, a secret, covert investigation was launched immediately. No announcements were made outside. Only a small group of people trusted by Anne participated in this mission. Every step had to be discreet, as a single mistake could allow the news to spread and create chaos in the palace. Anne decided to go directly to Ray Mill House, where Camilla lived. To inspect, she moved through the darkness of London night, feeling a heavy weight as if the entire city were awaiting the outcome of the investigation. Upon entering the house, Anne noticed every small detail: the room layouts, unusual signs, areas a normal person would overlook. The assistants following her were silently anxious, but no one dared speak. They all knew the royal family's reputation rested in their hands. After hours of inspection, Anne discovered a secret vault in Ray Mill House. The vault was carefully concealed, the walls and floor perfectly hidden. But with her experience and sharp eye, she quickly noticed something unusual. When opening the vault, the light revealed royal treasures glittering under the lamp, stored illegally and not following any palace rules. A blatant betrayal that Anne had never imagined Camilla capable of. This discovery immediately caused a shock within the palace. Camilla, once seen as an inseparable part of Charles' living history, was now considered to have crossed all boundaries. Her actions were not merely personal mistakes, but a direct betrayal of Queen Elizabeth II's legacy, who had spent her life maintaining authority and order within the monarchy. The silence of those present at Ray Mill House witnessing the scene testified to the gravity of the situation. As news of the discovered treasures reached Charles, his reaction unfolded in three distinct stages. First, deep disappointment. Charles stood silently in the room, looking at the images and documents Anne provided, unable to believe that a life partner who had stood by him could commit such an act. Over time, he fell into prolonged silence, speaking no word, letting anger and disappointment seep into every cell. Finally, when the advisors presented options, Charles had to make the final decision that would determine Camilla's future in the monarchy. The silence and tension made everyone in the room feel the seriousness the king faced. When informed, William could not hide his outrage. In a private meeting with the advisors, he coldly stated words everyone remembered. "This cannot be forgiven." Short but heavy words, like a sentence of judgment, reflected William's determination to protect his mother's image and legacy, while warning that any leniency toward Camilla would not be tolerated. This statement also sent a strong message to other royals and palace staff that Camilla's wrongdoing had crossed the line. The scene at Ray Mill House left a strong impression. Anne stood before the treasures, her hand trembling slightly as she examined each piece of jewelry. Each carefully arranged but illegally held gemstone. Her assistants, though trying to appear calm, could not hide their anxious eyes. Understanding that this would open a new chapter in the royal drama that few could have foreseen, every piece of jewelry found was not just material but a symbol of power, and Camilla holding them illegally threatened the monarchy's authority. This put Camilla in an extremely dangerous position. She had no way to turn back or justify herself to the public or royal members. The incident affected not only her reputation but also her position in the palace. Charles and William recognized that Camilla's actions had crossed all boundaries, and the previous legal penalties and divorce clauses would have to be enforced more strictly than ever. In the following days, continuous private meetings were held to discuss handling measures, including revoking ownership, restricting travel, and additional legal steps to protect the Queen's legacy. Anne, Charles, and William coordinated closely, ensuring every move was precise, with no room for error. The palace atmosphere became more tense than ever. Every action was carefully considered to both punish Camilla and protect the royal image before the public. This jewelry theft scandal was not just an isolated event, but a major turning point in the royal story. It transformed Camilla from a controversial figure into a symbol of betrayal against legacy and tradition. Simultaneously, it strengthened the image of Anne and William as guardians of the family's integrity and authority. This story, with all its confidential details, hidden treasures, and serious dialogues, would be remembered as one of the most shocking dramas in the history of the British monarchy. And in that very moment, Every path led to an unavoidable outcome. The tense days within the palace seemed to converge, as if every secret, every plot, and every hurt were waiting to erupt all at once. The divorce of King Charles and Camilla, once unthinkable, now became a reality visible to all. This decision was not only the result of long-standing personal disagreements, but also the inevitable response to clandestine actions, schemes to rewrite history, and the defamation of the late Princess Diana and Prince William. The palace was shaken. Advisors were stunned. And the media, along with the public, were swept into an unprecedented storm of drama. In the palace's shadows, a silent rebellion among the staff continued. Acts of boycotting Camilla, slow service, and ignoring orders were not merely simple defiance, but an indirect voice defending Diana's value and image. The public, media, and even royal members, loyal to the Queen's legacy, watched closely. Restoring Diana's image formally within the palace and vindicating her after years of suffering, legal and financial penalties against Camilla were enforced decisively, stripping privileges, limiting special rights, and establishing strict clauses to protect the monarchy's reputation. Meanwhile, King Charles' health became the largest variable. His cancer was gradually draining his strength, prompting urgent secret meetings about abdication, while William and Kate steadily assumed practical power, becoming the stabilizing pillars of the royal family. The jewelry theft scandal discovered by Princess Anne left Camilla in an irredeemable position. Her actions were seen as a betrayal of the Queen's legacy, forcing both Charles and William to face a final decision with no room for leniency. So what does the future hold? Will King Charles manage to abdicate before his health deteriorates completely? Will William rectify the mistakes of the previous generation? And will the shadow of Diana serve as the monarchy's final warning? Power always comes with truth, and the truth always finds a way to surface, unable to be hidden forever. And perhaps, after all the secrets have been exposed, what remains is not the collapse of a marriage, but a reminder that justice always has its own voice. Recently, King Charles's health has become the center of intense discussions behind the closed doors of the palace, and according to multiple internal sources, it was precisely this reality that led to an unprecedented decision. The throne was transferred in silence. Overnight. No prior announcement. No ceremony. No live broadcast. Only signatures placed on paper while the rest of the country was asleep. According to sources we have accessed, this decision was not driven by ambition, but by the monarchy's instinct for survival. As the king's health visibly declined, his schedule was reduced. Meetings were shortened, and coordination of authority began to fragment. The question of succession was no longer about a distant future, it became an issue of the present, and in that context, William emerged as the only choice capable of guaranteeing immediate stability. What shocked observers was not that William was chosen, but how it happened. According to close sources, the transfer document had already been prepared, activated under emergency conditions, and signed discreetly to avoid any interference that could spark controversy. Notably, Camilla's role in this process was described as unusually minimal. No consultation, no public consent, and no presence in the chain of key decisions. The palace's silence afterward only deepened the suspicion. No denial, no confirmation, just subtle adjustments in schedules, small but consistent changes in protocol, and a William appearing more frequently in positions traditionally reserved for the king. That is how power shifts when it cannot be publicly announced. So what truly happened that night? Why did the transfer have to be carried out in secrecy? And where does Camilla stand in the new power structure now taking shape? Stay with us as we break down every detail behind this shocking decision. And let us know your view in the comments. Was this a necessary move to preserve the monarchy, or the beginning of a highly risky restructuring? King Charles III had just concluded a diplomatic reception lasting 3 hours with the Commonwealth delegation. The moment the heavy oak doors of the 1,844 room closed, the diplomatic smile on the king's lips vanished instantly. He stumbled, his right hand gripping the edge of the table to maintain his balance. A violent wave of dizziness crashed over him like a tsunami, washing away all awareness of his surroundings. His breath rasped in heavy labored gasps, and his heart beat erratically, as if trying to shatter his aging chest. The head of the medical household, Professor Evans, who had been standing by in the private room, immediately stepped forward. There was no panic, only a terrifyingly cold professionalism. After 15 minutes of checking vital signs and reviewing the latest MRI results, Evans removed his glasses, his expression grave. "Your Majesty?" Evans's voice was low but clear in the silent room. "We cannot delay any longer. The signs of vascular exhaustion have shifted to red alert. The oxygen supply to the brain is severely diminishing under the pressure of stress. If you continue at this intensity, a massive stroke is no longer a risk. It is an inevitability." Charles sank into his armchair. His weary eyes gazing out at the steam-fogged window, he understood his body better than anyone. In recent weeks, he had frequently forgotten key details in the government red boxes. Simple decisions had suddenly become as burdensome as moving a mountain. The Regency Act of 1937, Charles whispered, his voice. "It is a trap. Evans. It only allows for the transfer of power when I am completely incapacitated or in a deep coma. But I'm not dead. I am just running on empty." That was the fatal loophole in the British Constitution. If Charles did not declare himself incapacitated, he still had to rule absolutely. But a ruling king with declining mental acuity was the seed of collapse. He needed another solution. A solution without precedent. That night, as the clock struck 10:00 p.m., Charles convened a top-secret meeting with the only two people he trusted implicitly regarding loyalty to the institution: Prince William and Princess Anne. The king's private study was completely soundproofed. The yellow light cast shadows upon the portraits of past monarchs, creating haunting interplays of light and dark. "I will issue a special royal decree," Charles declared, his voice weak, but containing the resolve of a man who had contemplated this for a long time. He pushed a handwritten draft toward William. "A partial transfer. William will hold specific constitutional powers, receiving heads of state, ratifying royal assents, and holding honorary military command. I will retain the title of king and the weekly meetings with the Prime Minister. This is the only way to maintain stability without my abdication." William picked up the paper, his brow furrowed tight. He scanned the lines quickly. It was a bold move, perhaps even reckless. It slipped through a narrow crack in the law. "Father," William said, his tone deep but full of concern, "this will cause a massive storm in Parliament. And more importantly, Camilla. She will not accept being sidelined in this new power structure." Princess Anne, standing with her arms crossed by the fireplace, nodded in agreement. "William is right. Camilla has spent 2 decades laundering her reputation to climb to this position. She will view this as a direct assault on her status as queen." The moment that name was uttered, the air in the room seemed to freeze. The door suddenly burst open. There was no announcement from a servant, nor a knock. Queen Camilla walked in. She wore a deep blue silk dress, her neck adorned with the priceless pearl necklace Charles had given her for their anniversary last year. But her eyes held no marital affection. They were sharp, calculating, and full of vigilance. Camilla had heard, or at least her network of spies within the palace had reported this unusual meeting. "William is right. Camilla stepped forward, her voice soft, but carrying the resonance of a command. She walked straight to Charles's side, placing a hand on his shoulder, a gesture that was both possessive and subtly threatening. "You cannot do this, Charles. Transferring power to William while you are alive. Are you turning yourself into a puppet king?" Camilla turned to look at William and Anne, the corner of her lips curling into a challenging smile. She knew who she was up against, but she also knew Charles's weakness. If the king is weak, the wife must be the one to share the burden. That is the principle of marriage. And it is tradition. I propose a co-regency mechanism. William and I will rule together. That is the balance and unity the public wants to see. Princess Anne took a step forward, blocking Camilla's view of William. Her voice was steely. "You are mistaken, Camilla. My mother, Queen Elizabeth, never and would never intend for you to touch political power. You are the queen consort. Your role is to support, not to rule. Do not ever forget your place." Camilla squeezed Charles's shoulder tight, causing him to grimace slightly in pain. She leaned down, whispering into her husband's ear, but loud enough for the room to hear. "You need me, Charles. You know that William is too young, and Anne is too rigid. Only I understand what you truly need." The declaration of war had been issued. The battle for power was no longer taking place in the shadows. It had materialized right in the heart of the monarchy, 24 hours after the fateful meeting. London woke up to a media earthquake. A slew of tabloids and online news sites simultaneously ran blazing red headlines. "King Charles critical. William forced his father to abdicate to seize power." At Kensington Palace, William threw his tablet onto the table, the dry clatter echoing through the breakfast room, his face flushed red with suppressed rage. The article in the Daily Truth, citing a high-ranking source close to the palace, described the king's health condition in chilling detail. It painted Charles as a senile old man, unable to remember staff names, even needing to be fed. Conversely, William was portrayed as power-hungry, exploiting his father's illness to isolate him from his devoted wife. "This is her handiwork," William roared, his voice trembling with indignation. The details about the vascular fatigue were known only to Evans' father, myself, and Anne. "She has sold out her husband to buy public sympathy." Kate Middleton, maintaining an astonishing calm, placed a hand on her husband's shoulder to reassure him. She looked deep into his eyes. "She is playing psychological warfare. William, she wants the public to believe you are an unfilial son. If you accept the transfer of power now, public opinion will view it as a family coup. She wants to erode your legitimacy." Meanwhile, at Clarence House, Charles and Camilla's private residence, a completely different atmosphere prevailed. Camilla was hosting a discreet afternoon tea with her inner circle, including the editor-in-chief of a major newspaper, 2 hardline conservative MPs, and her private press secretary. The British public always has a soft spot for the image of a devoted woman, Camilla said. Toying with a fine bone china teacup, she no longer looked agitated as she had the night before. Instead, she wore the cold calculation of a seasoned politician. "They fear sudden change. William is too young and has a tendency to modernize too aggressively. We need to plant the fear of instability in their minds." She turned to her secretary, ordering, "Leak more information, stating that doctors have advised Charles needs 24/7 special care from his closest relative, and imply that only I can understand the king's wishes at this time. If Charles cannot speak, I will be his voice." Camilla's plan was cruel, but terrifyingly logical. She knew she could not directly confront William on constitutional grounds or bloodline. Therefore, she chose to usurp soft power, becoming the sole interpreter for the king. If every decree, every opinion of Charles had to be conveyed through her, Then she was the king. That evening, Charles's health took a sudden turn for the worse due to psychological pressure. He suffered a bout of breathlessness and his blood pressure spiked. Camilla immediately ordered a lockdown of the king's bedroom area. Citing doctor's orders to prevent William from visiting inside the room, heavy with the smell of antiseptic and essential oils, Camilla sat by the bedside. Charles lay there, frail and alone. She took his hand, not to transmit warmth, but to inject poison into his bewildered mind. They want to steal your throne before you have even laid it down. Charles, Camilla whispered, her voice sweet but full of malice. William is gathering lawyers. Anne is digging through old files. They see you as a burden. Only I can protect your legacy. Just sign the power of attorney for me. Just one signature, and I will silence them all. Under the influence of sedatives and the persistent whispering, Charles's will began to waver. He looked at the wife he had defied the world to love. His heart full of conflict. Was his son truly in a rush for him to depart? Doubt like a dose of poison began to seep into every weakening brain cell of the old king. Princess Anne was not someone easily deceived, and certainly not someone who would sit idly by while Camilla manipulated her brother. With the experience of someone who had served the monarchy for over 50 years, she immediately recognized Camilla's divide and conquer and isolate the target tactics. Early in the morning on the third day of the crisis, Anne convened an emergency meeting with William and the Archbishop of Canterbury at Gatcombe Park. Her private estate in the countryside, the only place Camilla's eyes and ears could not reach. We no longer have time for aristocratic politeness. Anne said the moment everyone sat down. She placed an unloaded shotgun on the table and began cleaning it, a habit that helped her focus when thinking about difficult problems. The action also implicitly signaled her attitude, ready for battle. Camilla intends to trigger the Regency clause in a way that benefits her. Anne analyzed sharply. She has lobbied enough secret votes within the Privy Council. If Charles falls into a coma or is declared incapacitated right now under the old laws, Camilla will automatically have a seat on the Regency Council. As the monarch's spouse, she will use that vote to veto all of William's decisions. William rubbed his forehead, his face tense with extreme stress. But father is completely under her control. I cannot access him to explain the truth without causing a brawl with the guards. If I use force, I will fall into the media trap she has set. The Archbishop of Canterbury, holding the role of highest spiritual and legal advisor, spoke up. We need an irrefutable legal document. I have secretly finished drafting the decree of partial transfer according to His Majesty's original wishes. This document grants power directly to the Prince of Wales, William, without going through the Regency Council, but we need his signature. A fresh signature in a lucid state, and with independent witnesses. Anne paused her gun cleaning. Looking up, her eyes sharp as knife blades. Tonight, we will act. Tonight, I will use my authority as honorary colonel to change the guard shift at the King's Wing. Those loyal to Camilla or bought off by her will be reassigned to the outer perimeter. But how do we get father out of her sight? William worried. She barely leaves the bedroom. We aren't taking him anywhere. Anne gave a dry laugh, a cold smile that made even William shiver. I will bring the truth right to his face. William, brace yourself. Tonight will be the longest night of this dynasty. And I need you to bring something. What is it? The financial records of Camilla's son's company and the reports from MI5 regarding the secret meetings between her and the media tycoons. Anne stood up, loading the gun with a dry clack. We won't just be defending, we will attack. At the same time, at Buckingham Palace, Camilla received a tip from a servant who was a double agent that William and Anne had just returned to London. She immediately went on alert. The instincts of a survivor of decades of infighting told her a raid was imminent. Prepare the car. Camilla ordered her assistant, her voice urgent. and call the editor of the Sun. Tell them to prepare for breaking news tomorrow morning. If William dares to encroach on the king's room tonight, I will accuse him of attempting to usurp the throne. I will bury his reputation forever." Big Ben chimed 11 times, the melancholy sound spreading across a sleeping London. But inside Buckingham Palace, a silent war was beginning. William, dressed in civilian black to avoid attention, secretly entered the palace through a side door reserved for logistics staff in the kitchen area. Accompanying him were the Archbishop of Canterbury and 2 of the kingdom's top constitutional lawyers. They moved quickly and decisively through the long tunnel-like corridors where marble statues seemed to hold their breath. Watching, Princess Anne had arrived first. She stood waiting at the junction of the corridor leading to the royal bedroom quarters. The guards here had been replaced by soldiers from the Blues and Royals, a unit absolutely loyal to Anne. "She is in there," Anne whispered, nodding toward the closed oak door at the end of the hall. "Intelligence reports that she has had recording devices installed in the room. She wants to trap us." The plan had to change in a split second. They couldn't sign secretly while Camilla was there with a recorder. They had to face her head-on. Turning the infiltration into a public purge, William took a deep breath, nodding to Anne. He knew the risk was immense. If he failed, he would be branded a traitor. But if he didn't act, the British monarchy would fall into the hands of an ambitious woman. "Open the door," William ordered the guard. The heavy oak door slowly swung open. In the dim light of the bedside lamp, King Charles was lying propped up against high pillows, his face gaunt, eyes closed in exhaustion. Camilla sat beside him holding a bowl of hot soup. When she saw the door open and the group enter, she started spilling the soup onto the expensive Persian rug. "What do you think you are doing?" Camilla stood up abruptly, shielding Charles's bed like a mother beast protecting her territory. "This is the king's private room. It is past midnight. Guards, throw them out." But no soldiers entered. The silence of the guards outside was the clearest answer that power had shifted. "No soldiers will heed your orders tonight." "Camilla." Princess Anne stepped in, the sound of her heels striking the wooden floor like a judge's gavel. "We are here to carry out the king's will." "His true will?" "Not the will you have force-fed him." William stepped to his father's bedside, kneeling on one knee to bring his eyes level with him. He took Charles's thin hand. "Father, I apologize for coming late, but we need to end this right now for the stability of the kingdom and for your health." Charles slowly opened his eyes. They were cloudy with illness and medication, but upon seeing William, a flash of painful conflict appeared. He looked at his son, then at his wife standing between them. "William," he rasped, his voice weak. Camilla lunged forward, pushing William's hand away. "No. You must not listen to him. Charles, he is tricking you. He brought lawyers to force you to abdicate." She pulled a crumpled document from her pocket. The full regency power of attorney she had been pressuring him to sign for the last 2 days. "Enough." The voice of the Archbishop of Canterbury rang out with authority, drowning out Camilla's shouting. He stepped forward, raising the cross worn on his chest. "Your Majesty the Queen Consort. The act of coercing the monarch to sign a constitutional document without the presence of the Privy Council is a violation of the Treason Act of 1351. The phrase treason dropped into the middle of the room like a bomb. Camilla froze, but her survival instinct rose stronger than ever. She knew she was cornered. She decided to go all in. Camilla turned to Charles, tears beginning to flow. She knelt by the bed, gripping his hand tightly, creating a perfectly tragic scene. "Charles, I only want what is best for you. They want to strip you of your power, make you useless. Can you bear to let your wife be humiliated by the world and your own son?" Charles closed his eyes, breathing rapidly. Camilla's emotional manipulation still had a potent effect on him. Seeing Charles waver, Camilla stood up, whipping around to face William and Anne. The gentle mask shattered, revealing a face twisted with rage and ambition. "If you sign the transfer decree to William," she hissed through gritted teeth, "I will publish your entire medical file. I will tell the world you have dementia, hallucination, and that your son interrogated you at midnight. I will turn William into a usurper, and this dynasty will collapse in scandal." William clenched his fists, veins bulging on his neck. He started to step forward, but Anne raised a hand to stop him. She stepped to the front, facing Camilla directly. The distance between the two most powerful women in the royal family was less than a meter. "You say you sacrificed?" Anne asked, her voice terrifyingly calm. "You say you did everything for love? Then let me remind you of true sacrifice and of the price you agreed to pay to set foot in this place." Anne slowly opened the black leather briefcase she always carried. She pulled out a yellowed envelope sealed with red wax, bearing the royal crest of the previous reign. "You think my mother, Queen Elizabeth, accepted this marriage without any precautions?" She held the envelope high. "This is the Sandringham Secret Pact of 2005, signed by you, Charles, and witnessed by Queen Elizabeth and Prince Philip. Do you remember clause number 4? Camilla?" Camilla's face drained of all blood. Her eyes widened in horror. She stumbled back, hitting the edge of the table, knocking the lamp to the floor where it shattered. "Clause number 4. Anne read aloud, clearly every word nailing into the air. "In the event that Mrs. Camilla Parker Bowles engages in any behavior interfering with the line of succession or seeks to hold political power beyond ceremonial roles, the marriage shall be declared legally void within the royal context. She shall be stripped of all titles, expelled from royal residences, and receive no allowance whatsoever. She will leave with exactly what she brought, empty hands and disgrace." William looked at his aunt in astonishment. He had never known of this document's existence. It turned out Queen Elizabeth had foreseen it all. She had left one final trap, a self-defense mechanism to protect the throne for her grandson. From this woman's ambition, Camilla collapsed to the floor, stammering, "No, impossible, Charles. You said that document was destroyed? You promised me." She turned to look at Charles, hoping for salvation. But the king's silence was the cruelest answer. Amidst the wreckage of emotions and naked truth, something strange happened. King Charles, who had been lying still as a senile old man, suddenly sat bolt upright. He pushed the pillow behind his back with a decisive, strong motion. Looking nothing like a man critical or demented, he reached for the glass of water on the table, took a sip, and looked straight at Camilla with unusually clear eyes. "I lied to you," Charles said. His voice was no longer hoarse, but deep, sad, and commanding. The whole room, including William, was stunned. "I do have vascular fatigue. Yes. I need to reduce my workload. Yes," Charles continued, his eyes never leaving his trembling wife on the floor. "But I never lost my mind. I was never confused. The signs of excessive collapse this past week, allowing you to run rampant with the media, my silence in the face of your whispers, it was all a test." "A test?" Camilla whispered, her voice shattering. "My mother, the Queen, told me before she passed, power is the strongest reagent for the human heart. I knew you had ambition, Camilla, but I hoped your love for me was greater than that ambition." Charles sighed, a sigh that shed the emotional burden of 30 years. "I waited. I hoped you would tear up that power of attorney and just hold my hand like a wife. I hoped you would protect William instead of attacking him. But you failed. You chose the throne over me." Charles turned to William, his eyes full of apology, but also pride. "Son, I am sorry for letting you endure this attack. I needed to see clearly the true nature of those around me before transferring power, and now I have seen." He pointed to the document Anne was holding. "That pact is still valid, and tonight, Camilla, you violated it in front of the Archbishop and the heir. You signed your own sentence with your own hand." Camilla sat there dead silent. She realized she had not only lost to Anne in strategy, lost to William in legitimacy, but she had lost the very husband she thought she had manipulated for so many years. Her pride vanished, leaving only the nakedness of a loser. Charles took the fountain pen from the Archbishop. He did not look at Camilla again. "Give me the decree." Under the yellow light of the bedroom, King Charles III put his pen to the transfer of power decree. His handwriting was a bit shaky due to age, but strong, decisive, and authoritative. William stepped closer, signing his name right below as Prince Regent. Next came the witnessing signatures of the Archbishop of Canterbury and Princess Anne. The document was completed at 11:55 p.m. Only 5 minutes left until the new day. Charles handed the dried paper to William, then turned to Camilla, who was now sitting curled up like a soulless corpse. Tears dried on her cheeks. "You will go on a retreat," Charles said, his voice cold, devoid of any affection. It was the voice of a king ordering a subject, not a husband speaking to a wife. "To Scotland. For a long time. The reason will be health. You will not appear in public anymore, nor attend any royal events. Keep the last shred of dignity for yourself." Camilla opened her mouth to beg, but the icy glare of Anne stopped any words. 2 female guards entered, gently but firmly escorting Camilla up. She stumbled away, possessing none of the aura of a queen. The door closed behind her, the latch clicking shut dryly, like the sound of a judge's gavel, announcing a death sentence for a lifetime of ambition. 1 week after the night of the long knives at Buckingham, the BBC 6 p.m. news broadcast. "A global shock. Buckingham Palace has just issued an official statement. Queen Camilla will withdraw completely from royal duties due to serious health reasons. She will move to recuperate at a private estate in rural Scotland." At the same time, a second statement was released. King Charles III has signed a special decree granting additional constitutional powers to Prince William to assist the king in running the country. This is seen as a de facto transfer of power, opening a new era of co-rule. On the balcony of Buckingham Palace, the September wind blew strong. There was no grand debut ceremony, no cheering crowd. Just William standing there alone, looking down at London as the city lights began to turn on. He did not smile. His face bore the deep contemplation of a man who had just shouldered the responsibility of an entire kingdom. Behind him, in the shadows of the room, Kate Middleton stepped forward, gripping her husband's hand tight. "It's over," she said softly, her voice relieved. William turned, looking at the phone lighting up on the table. A brief text from Princess Anne had just arrived. "She has arrived in Scotland. Gate locked. Key destroyed." William turned off the phone, looking into the distance toward the Big Ben clock tower, tolling the bells of a new hour. "No, Kate," William replied, his eyes steadfast. "It is only just beginning. We have cleared the weeds. Now is the time to sow new seeds. This time we will do it right. With truth, not with secrets." William turned and walked inside, the balcony doors closing, blocking the flashbulbs of the paparazzi from afar, trying to capture the moment of the new master. A true dynasty where honor is placed higher than ambition had officially begun from the ashes of betrayal. As this chapter quietly closes, one thing is clear: the British monarchy is no longer operating on tradition alone, but on urgency, calculation, and survival. Decisions that once took years of preparation are now being made overnight. Behind sealed doors, driven by realities, the public is only beginning to sense whether this silent transfer of authority proves to be a stabilizing move or the spark of deeper unrest remains to be seen. What cannot be ignored is the symbolism. Power does not disappear, it shifts. And when it shifts without ceremony, without explanation, it leaves behind questions that refuse to fade. Questions about legitimacy, about influence, about who truly holds control when the crown itself grows fragile. Thank you for staying with us until the end of this analysis. If you believe this secret transition was a necessary step to protect the monarchy, or if you fear it marks the beginning of a dangerous precedent, we want to hear your thoughts. Please share your perspective in the comments below. Don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the channel for more in-depth investigations into the hidden power struggles shaping the future of the British royal family. The chime of the old clock echoed with heavy beats through the stillness of Windsor Castle, as if time itself were hesitating before stepping into a new era. In the pale golden light of the royal library, Princess Anne stood motionless. The teacup in her hand slipped and shattered across the cold marble floor, but what caused this iron-willed woman to lose control was not the breaking porcelain, but the paper she was holding, a result. A single line, a truth powerful enough to shake the entire Windsor dynasty. According to this document, Princess Diana did not only leave behind two princes, as history has long recorded, there was a third child, a hidden bloodline, a name that had never appeared in any official record. 30 years of silence. 30 years protected by the thick walls of the royal institution, now stood on the brink of exposure. The envelope containing the results had been placed directly on Anne's desk without a seal, without a sender, without a trace. That detail transformed the story from a family secret into something far more unsettling, something resembling an investigation interrupted from the past. Who had kept this truth hidden for so many years? And more importantly, why was it surfacing now? N, a figure who had always embodied discipline and tradition, had now become the first witness to a genetic storm, a secret that, if confirmed, would not only rewrite history, but also raise questions about the legitimacy of an entire generation. Would the emergence of a hidden heir save the monarchy, or would it become the final blade that ends it? If you believe the truth must be revealed immediately, comment 1. If you believe this secret should be buried forever to preserve peace, comment 2. Your choice will reveal whether you stand with tradition or change. The library door closed behind Princess Anne with a dry sound. As if the room itself understood that what was about to unfold did not belong in daylight. The ancient oak desk, which had witnessed countless historic decisions of the royal family, now became the anchor of another secret. Colder and more dangerous, the unmarked envelope lay there in silence. No royal crest, no seal, no sign that it belonged to the tightly controlled system of the British monarchy. Anne did not rush. She had never been someone who acted on emotion, yet that very calmness made this moment more terrifying. Her fingers brushed lightly along the edge of the paper, sensing the unusual thickness of the contents inside. This was not an ordinary letter. It was a file, a carefully prepared file, designed not to inform, but to force the reader to confront. When the envelope was opened, there was no greeting, no explanation, only white pages filled with bold, aligned text, cold as a verdict. Medical terminology appeared densely across the pages. Emotionless, impartial, yet carrying the undeniable weight of truth. Mitochondrial genome sequencing analysis, biological sample comparison. And then, the line that stopped everything, maternal lineage confirmed, Princess Diana. There were no excess words, no space for alternative interpretation. In the world of science, it was an absolute conclusion, and in the world of royalty, It was an earthquake. Anne did not sit down. She remained standing, rereading each line slowly, as if searching for an error, a flaw that could allow her to deny it all. But there was none. Every page was certified by a private laboratory in Switzerland, one of the most secure environments in the world. In the bottom corner of the final page, a number was printed in small font, yet it carried immense, meaning £250,000. It was not merely the cost of a DNA test, it was the price of silence, the cost of ensuring that no information would leak, and that led to only one conclusion. Whoever stood behind this report was not only wealthy, but understood power. They knew how much to pay to keep a secret, and, more importantly, they knew exactly how valuable that secret was. For decades, Princess Diana had remained at the center of stories that never truly ended. From her turbulent marriage with King Charles III to the questions surrounding her private life, everything had been examined, analyzed, and sometimes distorted. But never had there been a theory as heavy as what now lay before Anne. A third child. Not rumor, not speculation, but scientific data. What made it even more terrifying was not just the existence of that child, but the 30 years during which the truth had been concealed, in a system where every movement, every relationship is meticulously recorded. The disappearance of a royal bloodline from all records was nearly impossible. Unless it had been deliberately hidden, Anne placed the file down on the desk. Yet her gaze did not leave the confirming line. If this was true, then the entire structure of succession, the entire narrative the public had believed for so long, stood on the verge of being rewritten, and that would not only affect the past, it would shape the future. But Anne was not the only one who understood the meaning of silence. Within the royal family, what is left unsaid often matters more than what is declared. An unmarked envelope could not simply appear in the library on its own. It had to pass through corridors, layers of security, watchful eyes, and if it had reached Anne, it meant someone had allowed it. Somewhere within the palace, closed doors began to feel heavier. Whispered conversations may have started long before Anne opened the envelope. Silent exchanges of glances. Decisions made without records. The royal machine, which had always operated with the precision of a clock, was now adjusting to a new variable. And at this very moment, the first fracture appeared in what had once been considered the strongest shield of the monarchy. Not from the outside, not from the media or the public, but from within, from a truth confirmed by science, yet never recorded by history. Anne took a slow breath. Steadying her thoughts from drifting too far, she understood that this was not the moment to react. This was the moment to observe, to listen, and to prepare for a chain of events that even those at the top might not be able to control. But there was one thing she could not deny. The moment she opened that envelope, everything had changed. There was no turning back, no way to pretend that this secret had never existed. And deep within the cold stone corridors of Windsor Castle, a silent storm had begun to form. But Anne was not the only person in the palace who knew how to read silence. Behind closed doors, the royal machine had already begun to move. The small meeting room deep inside Windsor Castle had never appeared on any official map of the palace. It was a place where conversations that did not exist on paper took place, where decisions that would never be announced were formed. Princess Anne entered without prior notice. The man waiting for her had been there for some time. Sir Alistair Pembroke, a long-time advisor, a man often described as the living memory of the British monarchy. There was no greeting, no protocol, only a brief glance. Enough for both of them to understand that what was about to be said could not be taken back. Anne placed the DNA file on the table and gently pushed it toward Pembroke. He showed no surprise. For someone like Anne, that alone was already the first answer. Without reading, without verifying, he already knew. When did we know? Anne's voice was low, but sharp as a blade. Pembroke remained silent for a few seconds. It was not hesitation. It was the way he chose his words. Because in his world, every sentence could become evidence against himself. Finally, he lifted his head. 1996. At that moment, the air in the room seemed to freeze. The year 1996, 1 year before Princess Diana died, a year when the public still believed that everything, though fractured, remained under control. But inside, the system already knew. They had suspected, and they had chosen silence. Anne did not sit. She walked slowly around the table, her eyes never leaving the man in front of her. Suspicion, or confirmation, Pembroke exhaled softly, as if releasing a layer of defense he had carried for decades. Suspicion enough to investigate, and investigation enough to know that we did not want the answer. It was not a confession. It was an indictment. Pembroke opened a small drawer beside him and took out a file far thicker than what Anne had seen. The cover had no title. Only an internal marking that only those within the system could understand. When he placed it on the table, Anne immediately realized that this story ran far deeper than a DNA result. 47 medical records. Pembroke said in an even tone, all connected to Diana. All sealed. Anne turned each page. Dates. Locations. Notes partially redacted, not completely erased, but obscured just enough so that outsiders could not understand, while those inside could still read between the lines. That was how the monarchy worked. Not by removing traces, but by making them invisible to those who did not know where to look. And 12 trips. Pembroke continued. Not recorded in any official schedule. 12 disappearances. 12 gaps in a life that had been monitored at every step. For a member of the royal family, an unrecorded trip was not just unusual, it was impossible, unless someone had deliberately removed it from the system. Anne paused at a page marked with a date that matched a period when the media had once questioned Diana's absence. At the time, the official explanation had been private rest. But now, under the light of these documents, that phrase felt more suspicious than ever. What did we do? Anne asked, not to seek an answer, but to force it to be spoken. Pembroke did not avoid it. We protected the institution, a short answer, and a cold one. He opened another section of the file. Numbers appeared. Not medical data, but financial records, transfers, confidentiality agreements, undisclosed arrangements. The total amount stretched across years, forming a figure that was enormous, even by royal standards. Millions of dollars. Pembroke said, to ensure that those who knew would never speak, not once, not one individual, but a campaign spanning decades, every witness, every person capable of assembling the pieces, had been approached, not with threats, but with silence purchased by money. Anne closed the file. For the first time since entering the room, she sat down, not because she was weakened, but because the weight of this truth had surpassed all her expectations throughout her life. Anne had believed she was protecting a system, a symbol, something greater than any individual. But now, that very system revealed itself as a machine designed to conceal truth, even from its most loyal guardians. And me, Anne said slowly. Where do I stand in all of this? Pembroke looked at her, his gaze no longer that of an advisor, but of a man who had seen too much to believe in simple ideas like right and wrong. You stand where you have always stood, on the front line of stability. Another way of saying she had been kept in the dark. Anne did not respond immediately. She looked down at her hands, recalling the moment the teacup had fallen to the floor. At that time, she thought she was facing a secret, but now she understood she was facing a betrayal, not from an individual, but from the very institution she had devoted her life to protecting. In the world of royalty, loyalty is never meant to be questioned, But what happens when that very loyalty is used to conceal the truth? Anne stood up. There was no more hesitation, no more delay. If the system had chosen silence, she could not continue to do the same. Not for the public, not for reputation, but for something simpler, the truth. There is a name, Anne said. In all of this, there is a real person. Pembroke did not answer immediately, but his silence this time was not avoidance. It was confirmation. Anne turned and walked toward the door. When her hand touched the handle, she paused for a second, not to reconsider, but to understand that the next step would change everything. When Anne realized she had been deceived by the very system she protected, she understood that there was only one way to face it, to meet the forgotten heir. The London rain fell without warning, heavy drops striking against the glass roof of Clarence House, creating a relentless rhythm like the heartbeat of a secret about to be exposed. Princess Anne stepped out of the car without an umbrella, letting the cold rain soak through her coat. She did not come here as a member of the royal family. She came as a witness, someone searching for answers to the truth she had just uncovered. The door of Clarence House opened in silence. No butler, no formal welcome. Everything had been arranged so that this meeting would not exist on any schedule. The man waiting inside stood with his back to the window, the gray light of the rainy afternoon casting a quiet, unreadable calm over his figure. When he turned around, the first thing Anne noticed was not his face, but his presence, a confidence that needed no title, no emblem, no rank to define its worth. It was not arrogance. It was the calm of someone who had lived long enough outside the spotlight to no longer be shaped by it. His face carried familiar lines, enough to unsettle, not an exact resemblance, but small details, the eyes, the way he held silence before speaking, something that made the memory of Princess Diana feel no longer like the past. But something present in this very room, you know. The man spoke first, his voice low and clear, carrying no trace of anxiety. Anne did not answer immediately. She stepped closer, observing every detail, as if comparing it to what she had just read in the file. No royal emblem, no sign of palace upbringing. Yet there was something no institution could teach, the composure of a man who knew exactly who he was, even if the world had never acknowledged it. "Who are you?" Anne asked, not because she did not know, but because she needed to hear the answer from the man standing before her. The man did not respond with words right away. He reached into his coat pocket and took out a small silver locket. Its surface was worn, marked by time, yet preserved with near-perfect care. He opened it and placed it in Anne's hand. Inside was a photograph. The light in the image was radiant. In complete contrast to the dim atmosphere of the room, Princess Diana was holding a child, her smile untouched by pressure or the gaze of the public. It was a private moment, one that should never have existed beyond the boundaries of family. But it was here, and the child in her arms was not any image Anne had ever seen in official records. In that moment, for the first time, Anne's hand trembled slightly, not from the cold, but from the collision of two worlds. On one side, everything she had believed her entire life. On the other, a truth, now standing before her. Undeniable, uncontrollable. "She kept me out of everything," the man said, his voice still calm, but carrying a thin layer of emotion that only the perceptive could detect, not because she wanted to, but because she had no choice. Anne looked up, and for the first time her gaze was no longer cold like that of a representative of the institution. It carried something more human, doubt, and perhaps empathy. For many years, Diana's image had been divided between two extremes, a perfect symbol in the eyes of the public, a problem to be controlled in the eyes of the monarchy, but never had Anne seen her as a mother pushed into a corner, forced to make decisions no one should ever have to face. The locket in Anne's hand was not just a keepsake, it was evidence of a buried truth, a confirmation that this story did not begin with scientific documents, but with a personal choice, a desperation no report could ever express. "What do you want?" Anne asked. This time, without testing, it was a real question. The man looked directly at her. The truth, not status, not power, only the truth. A request that seemed simple. But in the world of royalty, it was the hardest thing to obtain. The rain outside continued to fall, as if London itself were trying to wash away what had been hidden for too long. Inside the small room at Clarence House, two people stood on opposite sides of a history that had never been written. One represented the past, the structure, the order. The other represented what had been removed, forgotten, yet never erased. Anne closed the locket. But the image inside seemed to remain imprinted in her mind. For the first time in many years, she felt her certainty begin to waver, not out of weakness, but because she was facing a truth no rule could resolve. The locket did not just contain a photograph, it carried the confession of a mother driven to the edge, and Anne knew that if this was only the beginning, what came next would be far more dangerous. When she left Clarence House, the rain had softened, but the sky remained heavy. In her hand was no longer the locket, but a new awareness that this story could not be resolved by old methods, and what lay in the next envelope would be the true trigger for the dynasty. The rain had stopped when Princess Anne returned to Windsor Castle. But the atmosphere inside felt heavier than any storm that had just passed. The long corridors, once so familiar they were almost invisible, now seemed unfamiliar. Each step Anne took echoed clearly across the stone floor, as if reminding her that she was no longer a woman walking within a stable order, but one stepping into the gray zone of truth. The second envelope was already waiting in her study. No seal, no signature. But this time, Anne was no longer surprised. She understood that an invisible hand was guiding this entire sequence of events, step by step, deliberate, unhurried, yet unstoppable. Inside the envelope were not scientific documents, no medical terminology, no analytical figures, only a bundle of papers bound with wax. The seal slightly cracked by time. An unofficial will, a handwritten message. When Anne broke the wax, the scent of old paper rose faintly, carrying the feeling of something buried for too long. The first line appeared, and without even reading it fully, she recognized the familiar handwriting. Princess Diana, not the symbolic image seen in the media, not the carefully prepared speeches. This was Diana in her truest state. A woman writing to a future she knew she might not live to see. Anne read slowly, line by line, as if each word carried its own weight. There was no embellishment, no political language, only a clarity so painful it could not be ignored. Diana did not deny. She did not evade. She acknowledged the existence of the child, but what made Anne stop was not the confirmation, it was the reason. To protect the child. 3 simple words. Yet they shattered every assumption Anne had built until now. This was not a secret created for reputation, not for power. It was for survival. Diana wrote about the pressures she faced in the final years of her life. Not only the media, not only internal conflicts within the royal family, but the feeling of being watched, controlled, and pushed into situations where she no longer had the ability to decide for herself. In that context, a child outside the system was not a mistake. It was a risk. And the only way to reduce that risk was to turn the child into a secret. Anne paused and closed her eyes for a moment. For many years, she had always viewed Diana through the lens of duty and obligation. A person who did not follow rules, a factor difficult to control. But this letter painted an entirely different image. A mother trying to protect her child from a system she no longer trusted. But Diana did not stop at explanation. She had prepared, The next pages of the letter no longer carried emotion. They carried strategy. Notes en finance. Names of trust funds, locations carefully chosen to avoid attention, all of it led to a number. £50 million. This sum did not appear suddenly. It had been built over many years, through trusts established in the Bahamas. Where the law allowed the highest level of confidentiality, Diana had not only thought about concealment, she had thought about the future. A future where this child could exist without relying on the monarchy. This was not the action of someone impulsive. It was the plan of someone who understood the system she was facing. Anne continued reading. And this time, Diana's voice within the lines became clearer. No longer fear, but a near absolute determination. I do not want my child to become king. In any other context, that sentence could be considered betrayal. But in this letter, it carried a different meaning. It was not a rejection of power, it was a rejection of its cost. Diana wrote about what she had lost. Privacy, freedom, the ability to live as a normal human being, and she did not want this child to repeat that, I want my child to be free. A simple sentence, but for someone who had once been the symbol of a monarchy, it was a revolutionary declaration. Anne placed the letter on the table, but her hand still held tightly to the edge of the paper. Throughout her life, she had always believed that duty stood above all, that every member of the royal family had a role, and that role mattered more than personal desire. But now, she was facing a completely opposite perspective. A mother who chose to give up power to protect her child, and what mattered was, she had succeeded. For 30 years, this secret had existed without being discovered, not because it was unimportant, but because it was protected by a deep understanding of the very system it was hiding from. Anne stood up and walked to the window. The sky outside was still gray. But there was no more rain. A strange stillness settled, as if the world itself were waiting for the next decision. In her hand was no longer a file, but a choice. If she revealed the truth, she would shatter the order she had protected her entire life. But if she remained silent, she would continue to uphold a system that had once concealed the truth even from her. This was no longer a story about a child. It was a story about the nature of power, about whether truth should serve the system, or the system should serve the truth. Anne turned back to the table, her gaze no longer hesitant, but for the first time, deep within. There was a conflict she could not suppress with discipline or principle. Diana's message from beyond the grave had placed Anne in an impossible position. To choose between the crown and blood, the conference room deep beneath Windsor Castle had never been lit at this hour. But that night, cold white light covered the long table, where the most powerful figures of the British monarchy were present in heavy silence. No press. No secretaries taking notes, no sign that this meeting existed, yet the absence of all those things made it one of the most important moments of the reign. Princess Anne entered last. No announcement, no introduction. Her presence alone was enough to reset the rhythm of the room. Those seated around the table understood that this was not a discussion, it was a verdict waiting to be delivered. In front of Anne were not scattered documents as before. Everything had been arranged neatly, as if she had already made her decision before entering the room, but her eyes revealed something else. No more hesitation, no more doubt, only a rare decisiveness. Even for a woman known as Steel, Sir Alistair Pembroke sat to her left, his gaze no longer hiding tension. The other advisers, each representing a different branch of power, remained silent. They did not know what Anne would say, but they knew that whatever was spoken in this room could not be taken back. Anne did not sit immediately. She stood at the head of the table, her hands resting lightly on the wood, her eyes moving across each person. A silence stretched long enough for everyone to understand that this was not a conventional opening. I have read everything. Her voice was not loud, but clear enough that no one could pretend not to hear. 47 sealed medical records, 12 trips that do not exist on any official schedule, and millions of dollars used to buy silence, no one reacted. No one denied it, because everyone knew those numbers were real, and paused for a moment, letting the facts settle into the room. Then she continued. Slower, clearer, and above all, a child. A human being, erased from history. The statement carried no accusation. It was a conclusion. One of the advisors spoke, his voice carrying the careful caution of someone who had spent a lifetime inside the system. Your Royal Highness, we did what was necessary to protect stability. Anne turned to look at him, her gaze no longer sharp, but carrying a different weight. Stability for whom? The question needed no answer. Because it was the answer, for decades, the phrase, protect the institution, had been a shield, a justification strong enough to defend every decision, from the smallest to the largest. But tonight, for the first time, that shield was placed under direct light. Anne walked slowly around the table. As if moving through layers of a past she had once trusted, we told ourselves that truth was a threat, that the public did not need to know everything, that sometimes silence was the only way to preserve order. She stopped behind Pembroke's chair, but what we truly did was decide who had the right to exist in this story, and who did not. The air in the room grew dense. No one interrupted. No one objected. Because what Anne was saying was no longer an opinion. It was a truth they had all taken part in. Anne returned to the head of the table, and this time she sat down. But the change in position did not reduce her authority. It made it more official. I will not allow history to repeat itself. The sentence fell like a full stop to any potential argument. Another advisor spoke, unable to hide his concern. If we bring this person into the system, we create a precedent that could shake the entire structure of succession. Anne nodded slightly, as if she had been expecting the question. I am not bringing him into the system. A brief silence. I am bringing the truth into the system. That was the difference. Not changing a person to fit the structure, but changing how the structure faced reality. Anne opened a new file. This time, not an old record, but a plan, clear, structured, with a path forward. We will not announce it immediately, she said. No press conference, no official statement, but there will be no more lies. Her plan was not a shock. It was a process. The man would be integrated into the family, not as an official member immediately, but as a recognized individual within internal boundaries, private meetings, quiet acknowledgments that could not be denied. Step by step, his existence would be placed where it had always belonged, and the line of succession. Pembroke spoke. For the first time since the meeting began, Anne looked directly at him. No public change. Some in the room exhaled softly. But Anne was not finished. But we will adjust how we understand it. It was a subtle but profound shift, not rewriting the law, but changing how the law was interpreted, a new space where elements once excluded could exist without breaking the entire system. We have lived too long with the fear that truth will destroy us, Anne said, her voice carrying emotion for the first time. But perhaps what is destroying us is our refusal to face it. No one objected anymore. Not because they all agreed, but because they understood that the decision had been made. The meeting ended not with a vote, not with a document, but with the silent acceptance of those who knew they had just witnessed a turning point. When Anne left the room, she did not look back. There was no need. For the first time in many hours, she felt she was moving in the right direction, even if that path had never existed before. Elsewhere in the palace, the man was still waiting, not with anxiety, but with the patience of someone who had waited for 30 years, and when the great doors of Windsor Castle closed behind him, there was no ceremony, no formal greeting, no sign of a historic event. Yet within those thick stone walls, Something had changed, not with noise, but with the quiet shift of power, of truth, and of courage. The doors of Windsor Castle shut behind the stranger, but inside, the breath of history had forever changed its rhythm. The night wind rushed through the tall windows of the library in Windsor Castle, gently shaking the heavy curtains and stirring the small flame in the fireplace. Princess Anne stood alone in the familiar space, once a symbol of order, discipline, and rules that were never broken, but tonight, everything was still there, only carrying a different tone. No longer cold, no longer absolute, but something closer to being human. On the table lay opened envelopes, documents no longer secrets, but pieces of a story that had never been told. Princess Diana was no longer present, but her choices were still shaping everything. A secret once considered a threat had now become the foundation to redefine the very system that had once rejected it. Anne looked into the darkness, her gaze no longer carrying the conflict from before. She had made her choice, not between right and wrong, but between truth and silence, and in that moment, the Iron Woman of the monarchy allowed herself to believe that sometimes the greatest loyalty is not protecting the image, but protecting the truth. Diana's secret was not a betrayal. It was a salvation. It was a reminder that a crown may pass from one generation to another. But motherhood is never bound by protocol or power, and Anne understood better than anyone that a dynasty can endure through time, but if it is built on what is not true, its collapse is only a matter of sooner or later. What do you think about Princess Anne's decision? Share this video if you believe the truth always deserves respect. Do not forget to click on the video about Prince Harry's secret right beside this one to continue exploring. Goodbye and see you again. The sharp sound of a gavel struck hard, echoing against the cold stone walls of the courtroom in Edinburgh. The air seemed to thicken, almost frozen. As the judge delivered the final decision, the deportation order had been issued, and then a cold, decisive voice cut through the silence. Balmoral Castle is not a five-star restaurant for outsiders. The speaker was none other than Princess Anne, a woman known for her discretion, discipline, and unwavering loyalty to royal tradition. That moment was not merely a legal declaration, it felt like a blade slicing through the polished surface that the British royal family had carefully maintained for decades. Anne was never one to display conflict in public. She always chose silence, discipline, and the protection of the family's image at all costs. So what had changed? What had pushed a woman of steel like Anne to step directly into the center of a legal storm, confronting it openly and without compromise? The answer seemed to be emerging around one name: Tom Parker Bowles, a figure who appeared to stand on the margins of power, yet had quietly crossed into the most sacred boundaries of the monarchy. Balmoral was not just a property, it was a symbol, a place that preserved the memories of Queen Elizabeth II, a land that carried an almost untouchable meaning. And when that boundary was disturbed, Anne's reaction was no longer a choice, but an inevitability. But the story did not end with right and wrong. It opened a deeper confrontation between duty and family, between legacy and reality. If you were Anne, what would you choose? Silence to protect the reputation of King Charles, or standing up to defend what belongs to the past at any cost? Comment 1 if you support Princess Anne, and 2 if you believe she has gone too far. In the autumn of 2026, a dense fog covered the Scottish Highlands like a curtain hiding secrets that were never meant to be revealed. The road leading to Balmoral Castle was so quiet that even the sound of tires rolling over gravel became distinct. Prince William sat behind the wheel, a trace of fatigue in his eyes after a long day. When he suddenly slowed, in the distance, through the mist, a bright light spilled out from the grand hall, A place that should have been immersed in silence and reverence. This was not the lighting of a royal ceremony. It was too bright, too lively, even carrying the rhythm of celebration. As the car moved closer, the sounds became clearer, glasses clinking, voices rising in laughter. The hurried footsteps of staff. A scene completely foreign to what had once been the most private space of Queen Elizabeth II. William did not step inside immediately. He paused, as if needing to confirm that what he was seeing was not a mistake. But it was real. The doors opened, revealing a scene that would shock anyone who understood the true value of Balmoral. At the center of the room, Tom Parker Bowles stood among a group of chefs and business partners. Long tables were arranged like those in a fine dining restaurant. White porcelain plates, crystal glasses, elegant tablecloths. Everything perfectly prepared for an exclusive tasting event. The dishes were presented with intricate detail, reflecting modern culinary style, entirely detached from royal tradition. But the shock was not in the luxury. It was in the location itself. This was where Queen Elizabeth II had spent the final days of her life. This was where the family had gathered in silence, in grief, in moments of privacy that the public had never witnessed. And now? It had become a stage for a commercial project. Laughter echoed freely, without restraint. One of Tom's partners raised a glass, speaking about brand expansion potential. Another discussed turning the royal experience into a commercial product. Words like exclusive, premium, legacy were spoken. But in their tone, they no longer carried reverence. They had become tools. Then the door opened once more. Princess Anne stood there, her coat still marked with raindrops, her hair slightly disheveled by the wind. She did not need to raise her voice. Her presence alone was enough to halt the atmosphere. The laughter faded. Eyes turned toward the entrance. Tom turned, surprised for a brief moment, but not unsettled. He set his glass down, offering a faint, almost challenging smile. Anne stepped forward, her gaze sweeping across the room, stopping at the tables arranged like a restaurant. Then she spoke, slowly but with cutting precision. "Tom, who gave you permission to turn my family's altar into a buffet?" No one responded immediately. A few exchanged glances, clearly unsure how to react. This was no longer a tasting event. This was a confrontation. Tom did not avoid it. He gave a slight shrug, as if the question did not trouble him. "Your Royal Highness, I believe we are living in a new era. Legacy is not only to be preserved, but also to be developed." At first, the answer sounded reasonable, but in this context, it felt like an insult wrapped in modern reasoning. Anne did not respond at once. She looked directly at Tom, her eyes not filled with anger, but with a coldness that was impossible to read, because the issue was not just a gathering, it was a boundary, and that boundary had been crossed. Behind them, William remained still. He did not intervene, but his expression said everything. This was no longer a personal matter between Anne and Tom. It was a clear manifestation of a growing conflict within the royal family. On one side were those who believed tradition must be protected at all costs. On the other were those who saw opportunity within those very values. And the most striking detail was not Tom's actions, it was his confidence. Tom did not act like someone taking a risk. He acted like someone who knew he would not face consequences, as if there was a shield behind him, strong enough to protect every decision, no matter how controversial. The question was, where did that shield come from? In a family where every move is observed, where every action carries symbolic meaning, the fact that someone like Tom could freely organize such an event at Balmoral could not be mere coincidence. It required permission, or at least silent approval from someone with power, and when the name King Charles III began to surface in quiet whispers, everything suddenly became more complicated. Because if that were true, then this was not just a disputed gathering, it was a sign of a deeper fracture, where power, family, and legacy were colliding head-on. But in that moment, in the brightly lit room within the Balmoral mist, everything was only just beginning. And Tom's confidence was not accidental. He believed he held a talisman, an invisible power strong enough to make even the oldest principles begin to tremble. If the party at Balmoral Castle was a surface shock, then what lay behind it was the most dangerous part of the story. Because Tom Parker Bowles was not the kind of man who acted on impulse, his confidence in that room did not come from a fleeting moment of inspiration. It came from a carefully prepared foundation, a kind of talisman placed directly into his hands by someone no one in the family could easily confront, and that name was Queen Camilla. According to internal sources, months before the incident at Balmoral took place, an internal document had been quietly signed. There was no press release. There was no public announcement. But within the royal system, it carried the weight of authorization. That document granted Tom the right to conduct surveys and limited use of certain areas within royal estates, with the stated purpose of promoting British culinary culture internationally. At first glance, it sounded reasonable. At a time when the British royal family was attempting to modernize its image, combining heritage with cultural activities could be seen as a strategic move, but the problem lay in how it was carried out. There was no broad consultation, no consensus from all key members, and most importantly, no clearly defined limits were publicly stated. That meant, in practice, Tom's authority was almost unchecked, and that was precisely the point Princess Anne could not accept. The relationship between Anne and Camilla had never truly been smooth. For decades, they maintained a fragile balance, where polite smiles concealed deep disagreements. Anne, with her traditional mindset and absolute loyalty to the legacy of Queen Elizabeth II, always viewed the role of the monarchy as a sacred duty. To her, every castle, every ceremony, every symbol carried a value that could never be commercialized. Meanwhile, Camilla held a more pragmatic view. She understood that times had changed, and that to survive, the monarchy could not rely solely on the past. But beneath that reasoning lay another motivation, one rarely spoken aloud. It was the desire to secure a position for her own children, especially Tom Parker Bowles. Before every door to power closed, in a system where royal blood still determined everything, people like Tom always stood at the edge. No title, no official role, yet directly connected to the center of power through Camilla, and that created a dangerous gray area, where power was not clearly defined but could still be exercised. The contract worth £5 million that Tom signed with commercial partners was the clearest evidence. According to leaked documents, this project was not simply a chain of restaurants, it was a global brand, using the image of royal estates, especially Balmoral, as its core symbole. Photographs, stories, even spaces that once held the deepest privacy, were all included in the development plan. And that was what enraged Anne. Because Balmoral was not just a location, it was living memory. It was where the family had witnessed its most important moments, from joy to loss. Turning it into a marketing tool, in Anne's eyes, was nothing short of betrayal. But what was even more striking was the response, or rather the lack of response, from King Charles III. In the days following the Balmoral incident, no official statement was issued by the king. No denial, no defense. Only a prolonged silence. A silence that made every speculation grow stronger. So Anne, that silence was not neutral. It was a signal that Camilla was not acting alone, that what was happening might have been known, even approved at some level, and if that was true, then this conflict was no longer simply between Anne and Camilla, it had become a confrontation with the very structure of power within the monarchy. In that context, The decision to bring the matter into the open was no longer extreme. It became strategic. Anne understood that if she remained silent, if she allowed everything to continue behind closed doors, then Balmoral would gradually lose its original meaning. From a symbol of privacy and tradition, it could become a brand, a product, a name used to sell, and once that process began, there would be no way to reverse it. That was why Anne's actions were not merely a personal reaction, they were a declaration, a warning that there were still boundaries that could not be crossed, no matter how strong the pressure to modernize might be. But the biggest question remained: how far could Anne go in this battle, when her opponent was not only Tom Parker Bowles, but an entire network of power surrounding Queen Camilla? And while all eyes were watching every next move, one thing had become clear. The silence of King Charles III was no longer a safe option, because to Anne, it meant permission, and if she did not act now, Balmoral would not just be changed, it would be redefined, in a way she could never accept. There were no heated arguments after the night at Balmoral Castle, no late-night family meetings, and no recorded attempts at reconciliation between Princess Anne and King Charles III. Instead, Anne chose an entirely different path, a path that was cold, precise, and irreversibly. She turned to her private lawyer. Within the royal system, that was a declaration of war, because once a matter entered the legal arena, it was no longer under internal control. It became a case, something that could be examined, analyzed, and judged by both the justice system and the public. The lawsuit was drafted with remarkable speed, no excess, no ambiguity. Every line carried clear legal meaning. Yet behind it was an unmistakable message: illegal use of royal property and violation of the privacy of national heritage. It was not just an accusation, it was a definition, and the person targeted was none other than Tom Parker Bowles. When the lawsuit was officially filed with the court in Edinburgh, everything began to move at a pace that even those involved could not keep up with. A summons was signed, a legal process was activated, and then the most symbolic moment arrived. On a gloomy afternoon, within the grounds of a royal residence, court officials appeared. They carried no hesitation, no avoidance. In their hands was a sealed and stamped court order. Queen Camilla was present. According to witnesses, the moment the door opened and the document was handed directly to Tom happened right in front of her. There was no time to prepare, no chance to control the situation, only a sudden silence filling the space. Tom, who had once stood in the Balmoral banquet hall with near-defiant confidence, was now facing a completely different reality. He was no longer the host, he was the defendant. Camilla, in that moment, was said to be unable to hide her shock, not because she did not understand the risks, but because she did not expect Anne to go that far, and King Charles III. His reaction was even more complex. When news of the lawsuit reached him, it was not just a legal issue. It was a direct strike at the family structure he had tried to preserve for years. His sister, long seen as a pillar of stability, had now crossed an unspoken line. She had not simply opposed, she had openly confronted, and that created an unprecedented situation. For the first time in centuries, a royal princess had taken legal action against a relative of the queen consort. This was no longer an internal dispute. It was a legalized battle, where every detail could be brought into the light. In that context, Charles's role became extremely delicate. He could not publicly side with Camilla without damaging his image as a guardian of tradition. But he also could not support Anne without creating an irreparable fracture in his own marriage. That hesitation, once again, appeared in the form of silence, but this time, the silence was no longer strategic. It became a dangerous void. Where speculation began to spread, the media quickly moved in. Anonymous sources started to emerge, details about the £5 million contract, about the internal document signed by Camilla, about the party at Balmoral. All gradually came together into a complete picture, and the public, as always, was drawn in, across forums. The question was no longer simply who was right or wrong. It was what the monarchy was becoming, a symbol of tradition, or a brand being reshaped to fit the modern age. In that context, Anne's actions were seen in two completely opposing ways. Some viewed her as the last defender of core values. Others believed she had pushed the family into an unnecessary crisis. But regardless of perspective, no one could deny one thing. Anne's decision had created a shockwave. It did not only shake personal relationships, it forced the entire system to confront questions that had long been avoided. Where is the line between public and private? How far can heritage be exploited? And who has the right to decide that? As those questions still hung in the air, another detail began to draw attention. The response from Buckingham Palace. The entire nation waited. A statement, an explanation, a sign that the monarchy was still in control. But what they received was worse than silence. There was no official announcement in the first days. No spokesperson stepped forward to calm public concern. Instead, there were scattered moves, unverified sources, and a growing sense that inside the palace, everything was slipping beyond control. And in that void, the story continued to escalate. Because when power does not speak, others will speak in its place. And this time, it was not only Anne, not only Camilla, but an entire system being pulled into a confrontation with no clear end. The shockwave that began in Edinburgh was only the beginning. Its aftershocks were spreading, step by step, into places that had never been touched before. The meeting was called in silence, but its weight was undeniable to everyone in the room. Sandringham House that afternoon was filled with a cold atmosphere so deep that even the fire burning in the fireplace could not warm it. The walls, covered with portraits of ancestors, seemed to watch every movement, as if history itself were silently witnessing the moment. This was not an ordinary meeting. There was no secretary, no advisors, only members of the family, and an issue no one could avoid any longer. King Charles III stood near the window, his back to the rest of the room. The dim afternoon light filtered through the glass, casting long shadows across the floor. He said nothing. He did not turn around. But his silence this time was no longer strategic. It felt like helplessness. Across from him, Queen Camilla stood straight, her hands clasped together as if trying to steady herself, but her eyes could not hide the tension. Facing her was Princess Anne, maintaining her familiar posture, upright, composed, and almost entirely unreadable. There was no need for a long introduction. Camilla broke the silence first. "Anne, you are destroying everything Charles and I have built." Her voice was not loud, but sharp enough to cut through the stillness. It was not just a reproach. It was an accusation. Anne did not respond immediately. She let the silence linger, long enough for Camilla's words to echo once more in the room. Then she stepped forward, her gaze fixed on her opponent. "No. You are the one selling what does not belong to you. Balmoral is the breath of my mother, not a private kitchen for your son." The reply carried no anger. It was cold, precise, and almost ruthless. That was what made it heavier than any shout. Camilla tightened her hands. A brief flicker of lost control crossed her face, but it quickly disappeared. She stepped forward, her voice firmer. "You speak of legacy, but you forget the world has changed. If we do not adapt, we will be left behind. What I am doing is not destruction. It is protecting the future." A familiar argument. Modernization, adaptation, survival. But in this context, it was no longer just a viewpoint. It had become a line of battle. Anne tilted her head slightly, as if weighing each word. The future cannot be built by selling the past. The sentence was short, but enough to close every attempt at justification, because the issue had never been whether change was necessary, it was how far that change should go, and who had the authority to decide. While the two women confronted each other, King Charles III remained where he was pate, his back still turned. But his silence was no longer invisible. It had become the center of the tension. He was trapped. On one side was the wife he had chosen after years of struggle. On the other was his sister, who had stood beside him from the beginning, who understood the meaning of every tradition, every ceremony, and between them was a conflict that could not be reconciled. If he spoke, he would lose one of them. If he remained silent, he might lose both. It was a dilemma no king would ever want to face. But the truth was, he was already in it. Camilla turned toward Charles, her voice now carrying a note of urgency. Charles, you cannot let this continue. This is not just about Tom. This is about everything we are trying to build. There was no response. Anne did not look at him either. She seemed to have accepted that the answer would not come from him. And in that moment, the balance of power in the room began to shift. Because when the one at the top does not decide, the power to decide moves to others. Anne understood that. Camilla understood it as well, and both knew that time was running out. The confrontation did not end with an agreement. There was no handshake, no promise to resolve it internally, only a heavy silence as each person left the room, carrying their own calculations. But if one looked closely, one thing was clear. Anne had not come to persuade. She had come to confirm that her fears were real, to confirm that the changes taking place had moved beyond the limits she could accept, and most importantly, to confirm that she would have to see this through to the end. On the other side, Camilla did not retreat. The look in her eyes as she left the room was not that of defeat. It was the look of someone preparing for the next move. As for Charles, he remained there longer than anyone else, alone, by the window, looking out at the garden, slowly fading into darkness. No one knew what he was thinking, but one thing was certain. His hesitation had created a void, and that void was being filled. Outside the room, the gears of another plan had already begun to turn, because while Charles was still caught between love and duty, another figure, the heir to the throne, was not waiting. Prince William had observed, had evaluated, and was now preparing to make a move that could determine the entire outcome, a move that would not be loud, not chauve, but powerful enough to end the conflict in a way no one in that room could have anticipated. Ladies and gentlemen, if the confrontation in the tea room at Sandringham House was where emotions reached their peak, then what followed carried an entirely different tone. No more arguments, no more direct declarations. Instead, there were quiet, precise, decisive moves. Coming from someone who had barely been at the center of the controversy before, Prince William. William did not choose to publicly support Princess Anne. He understood that any public move could push the situation beyond control, but that did not mean he stood aside. On the contrary, he began to act in a way that only those who truly understand the structure of royal power. In the weeks that followed, a chain of evidence began to be assembled, quietly, without leaks, but precise enough to form a case that could not be denied. At the center of that case was a detail that seemed minor, yet carried extremely serious legal weight. The use of royal helicopters for personal purposes. According to the documents provided, Tom Parker Bowles had repeatedly used aircraft owned by the monarchy to travel between locations connected to his business project. These flights were not part of any official schedule. They were not approved through standard procedures, and most importantly, their costs were recorded in an unclear manner within internal reports. In a system where every expense must be strictly controlled, this was not just an oversight. It was a violation. When this evidence was delivered to Anne's legal team, the direction of the case began to shift. From a dispute over the use of space, It became a matter involving the misuse of public assets. And once that element entered the file, the seriousness of the case increased significantly. The hearing in Edinburgh took place in an atmosphere of unprecedented tension, not only because of the identities involved, but because of what could be exposed if the case were pursued further. When the judge read the interim decision, the room seemed to hold its breath. All activities of Tom Parker Bowles at Balmoral Castle were suspended immediately. It was not a final verdict, but it was enough to trigger a chain reaction. Commercial partners began to withdraw. Ongoing negotiations were frozen. And more importantly, a possibility began to circulate in behind-the-scenes discussions. The possibility of expanding the investigation into related financial funds. At the center of those concerns was Queen Camilla. Although she was not directly named in Tom's operations, her role in signing the internal document meant she could not remain entirely separate, and in a legal system where every decision can be traced, the risk of deeper scrutiny was very real. That was the point at which Camilla was forced to make a choice: continue the confrontation and accept the risk of a full-scale audit, or step back, making a strategic retreat to protect what remained. Based on what followed, her choice became clear. There was no official statement, no admission of wrongdoing, but sources confirmed that Camilla agreed to terminate all of Tom's access to Balmoral. At least while the case remained in effect, it was a retreat, but a necessary one. And then, the most symbolic moment of the entire story took place. On a gray morning, while mist still covered the grounds of Balmoral Castle, Tom Parker Bowles left not as an honored guest. He left under the escort of royal security. There were no crowds, no media, only watching eyes. Staff members who had served the estate for generations stood quietly observing. In their gaze, there was no anger, only a cold distance. A clear divide between those who belonged to this place and those who merely passed through. It was the moment when everything became clearer than ever. Power can be borrowed, influence can be built, but legacy, the very thing Balmoral represents, is not something that can be easily possessed. On the other side, Princess Anne did not appear. She did not need to witness it. For her, the outcome had already been achieved. It was not a personal victory. It was the re-establishment of a boundary. As for King Charles III, he remained silent, but this time, his silence carried a different meaning. It was no longer hesitation. It felt like acceptance, an acknowledgement that the balance had shifted in a way he could not fully control. And Prince William, though absent from every image related to the case, was perhaps the one who understood that best. His move did not simply resolve a crisis. It sent a message that the next generation was ready to act when necessary, and that they would not hesitate to use every tool available to protect what they believed was right. The case may have closed on paper. Activities may have been suspended. The parties may have stepped back for now. But what had happened could not be erased, because within the monarchy, a fracture had formed, and once such a fracture appears, it is no longer only about the present. It becomes a sign of deeper changes, unresolved conflicts, and a future no one can predict with certainty. The case may have ended in court, but the real battle, the battle over power, over legacy, and over the definition of monarchy in a modern age, may only just have begun. There are stories within the royal family that do not end when a verdict is delivered. They continue to live, quietly and persistently, as a reminder that power lies not only in what is made public, but also in what is kept behind closed doors. The events at Balmoral Castle are one of them. It is not merely a legal dispute. It is a turning point. A moment that forced the British royal family to confront a question it had avoided for far too long. Where does the true boundary of power lie? For decades, the presence of those outside the direct royal bloodline was managed with careful balance. They could enter the family through marriage, become part of its public image. But their real power was always limited by unwritten rules. That was how the system survived. A balance between tradition and adaptation, between bloodline and modernity, but the story of Tom Parker Bowles pushed that boundary to its breaking point. For the first time, a man without royal blood, without an official title, was able to access and exploit one of the most sacred symbols of the monarchy for personal purposes. And more importantly, he did not act in the shadows. He acted with confidence, with the belief that he had the right. That belief did not appear on its own. It was built on a new reality, where personal relationships began to carry greater influence within the structure of power. Queen Camilla, through her position, had opened a door that had never existed before. A door that allowed people like Tom to move closer to the center of power, but without the responsibilities that should have come with it. And that imbalance created the crisis. The response of Princess Anne was not merely personal, it was a systemic correction. By bringing the issue into the open, by using legal tools instead of internal mechanisms, she established a new precedent. That power within the monarchy cannot rely solely on relationships. It must be defined, limited, and protected. That is why this case matters. It did not stop at Balmoral. It affected the way the monarchy would operate in the future. It sent a clear message that no matter how much the times may change, there are still boundaries that cannot be erased. But behind all of these analyses, there remained another aspect, one that was rarely spoken about, yet deeply personal. One late afternoon, when all the noise had faded, Princess Anne appeared at the resting place of Queen Elizabeth II. There was no entourage, no ceremony, only silence. A light wind passed through, carrying the familiar chill of the Highlands. Anne stood there quietly for a few seconds, as if searching for the right words. Then she gently bowed her head, her voice barely more than a whisper. "I will keep this place at peace." It was not a promise for the public, not a political statement. It was a personal commitment between a daughter and the memory of her mother. From the outside, that moment might have seemed small, but within the context of the entire story, it carried profound meaning, because it showed that behind every firm decision, every decisive action, there was still a deeply human motivation. It was emotion. It was memory. It was the desire to protect what could never be replaced. That was what defined Anne's role in this entire event. She was not someone seeking power. She did not need to prove her position. But when the system was threatened, when core values were violated, she became the one who stood forward to protect them. Quietly, but with unwavering resolve, a true guardian in every sense. In a monarchy that is changing, where image is increasingly important, where media and public opinion hold greater influence than ever before, that role has become rare, and because of that, it has become even more important. On the other side, the consequences of the incident continued to spread. Internal regulations were being reviewed. Authorities that had once been granted informally were being tightened, and most importantly, a new awareness was beginning to form. Not every change is progress. Some changes, if left uncontrolled, can erode the very foundation upon which the system is built, and when that happens, the cost will not be just a lawsuit. It could be the loss of identity. The story of Balmoral, therefore, will not be easily forgotten. It will be remembered not as a scandal, but as a lesson, a warning that even in the oldest institutions, boundaries must still be protected, because in the end, the crown is not only a symbol of power, it is a symbol of responsibility. And this story will always remain a reminder that the crown may tolerate love, but it will never tolerate disrespect. The confrontation between Princess Anne and Tom Parker Bowles, on the surface, may appear to revolve around a castle, a party, or a commercial contract. But when each layer of the story is examined, what remains is not a dispute over property. It is a quiet battle to preserve the soul of the British monarchy against a wave of commercialization that is seeping into every corner of the institution when values once considered untouchable begin to be measured in money. The boundary between heritage and product becomes more fragile than ever. In that context, Anne's actions were not simply a firm response, they were a declaration that there are still those willing to stand up to protect what cannot be replaced, not for reputation, not for power, but for a belief that tradition is not a burden of the past, but the very foundation that allows the crown to continue to shine. Once that foundation is eroded, everything that remains becomes only form, a carefully constructed stage, but one lacking depth and true meaning, and perhaps that is what makes the story at Balmoral Castle so thought-provoking, because it does not only reflect an internal conflict, it raises a question about the future of an entire monarchy. What do you think about the firm stance of Princess Anne? Is Queen Camilla being too indulgent toward her son? Share your thoughts in the comments. Do not forget to like and subscribe to follow the next episode, when all eyes will turn to Prince William and his secret plan on the path toward the throne. The sound of something shattering rang out, sharp and cold like a warning. The space seemed frozen before a voice filled with authority tore through the silence. "Be silent at once. I order you to take it off and return it to Catherine. Immediately." This was not a carefully staged cinematic scene. This was the real fury of King Charles III. Erupting in the heart of Buckingham Palace on a chilling afternoon in April 2026. What happened next quickly spread beyond the ancient stone walls. Internal sources described an atmosphere so tense it was suffocating. At the center of every gaze was the 12-carat sapphire ring, a symbol once closely associated with Princess Diana, a legacy that carried not only material value but also memories, pain, and secrets never spoken aloud. Yet, in a way that was difficult to explain, it appeared on Queen Camilla's hand during a high-level reception, where every gesture was scrutinized. Was this an accident or a calculated act of possession? As Catherine was in a period of recovery, her absence unintentionally created a vacuum of power, and within that vacuum, a symbol had shifted. Some sources suggested this was a quiet act of retaliation by Camilla after years of enduring harsh public judgment. Others believed it was the final straw that forced the king to act in order to protect the line of succession. Was this justice being carried out, or merely a staged performance to calm a rising storm of public opinion? Comment 1 if you support the king's decisive action. Comment 2 if you believe Camilla will never easily let go of what she has desired for 30 years. In April 2026, the atmosphere inside the British royal family was no longer the calm composure the public had grown used to seeing from ceremonial balconies. It was dense, tense, and simmering like a storm yet to break. At the center of all speculation was the prolonged absence of Catherine. Her health condition, though carefully and sparingly disclosed by the palace, became the most dangerous power vacuum in many years. When the woman seen as the future of the monarchy was forced to step back, an invisible gap appeared, and like every gap within the British royal family, it never existed for long without someone attempting to fill it. Internal sources began to leak details that unsettled public opinion. During the time Catherine was absent from public view, access to the royal jewelry collection showed unusual changes. Pieces considered symbols of succession, closely tied to the role of the Princess of Wales, repeatedly appeared on Queen Camilla at high-level events. At first, these were minor details. A brooch, a pair of earrings that drew little attention. But over time, the extent of this borrowing became increasingly bold, even crossing long-standing unspoken boundaries. A shocking figure began circulating among royal observers, The total value of the jewelry pieces Camilla used during this period was estimated to reach £150 million. This number stunned the public not only for its material worth, but for the symbolic meaning of each item. These were not merely diamonds or gemstones, they were legacy, history, and messages of power passed from one generation to another. More notably, some of these pieces were believed to have been informally designated for the two sons of Diana, William and Harry. This raised an unavoidable question. Was this truly just temporary borrowing in Catherine's absence, or a calculated move to redefine Camilla's position within the royal power structure? Some experts believed that after many years of being viewed as an outsider in the public's heart, Camilla was attempting to strengthen her image by directly associating herself with the most powerful symbols. Others argued this was a risky act, because every piece of jewelry she wore was not just decoration, but a painful reminder of a past the public had never truly forgotten. The silence from Buckingham Palace during this period made everything even more difficult to understand. There was no official statement explaining the use of these pieces, no confirmation and no denial, only images appearing in the media. Every small detail examined, every glance analyzed, and in the royal world, where every gesture carries meaning, silence is sometimes the strongest statement of all. Meanwhile, reactions within the royal family were kept almost completely hidden. However, some close sources revealed that discomfort was quietly spreading, particularly from Prince William's side. Unlike his father, who always tried to balance duty and personal emotion, William was believed to hold a clearer and firmer stance when it came to his mother's legacy. To him, those pieces of jewelry were not simply royal assets. They were memories of Diana, the remaining fragments of a woman who had endured far too much within the very system he now stood to inherit. This tension did not explode immediately, but it built day by day, event by event. Each time Camilla appeared wearing a controversial piece, the pressure increased. Public opinion began to divide sharply. One side believed Camilla had the right to use what belonged to the monarchy as queen. The other side saw it as an unacceptable intrusion into Diana's legacy and Catherine's future. In that context, Catherine's health was no longer merely a personal matter. It became a central factor, directly influencing the balance of power. Her absence was no longer simply a period of rest, but a vacuum that was being exploited, and most notably, no one within the royal family openly intervened, at least not until everything had gone too far. What unfolded in April 2026 was not an isolated event. It was the culmination of years of accumulated tension, suspicion, and silent struggles that had never been acknowledged. And when the sapphire ring appeared on Camilla's hand, it was not just a piece of jewelry. It was the final drop, the moment when every boundary was broken. But Camilla forgot one thing. She could borrow jewelry, but she could never borrow the respect of Diana's eldest son, Prince William. In the days that followed, while public debate outside continued to rage over the sapphire ring, a real confrontation took place behind the heavy doors of Windsor Castle. No longer cold glances or indirect warnings. This time, everything was pushed to an entirely different level. According to highly credible internal sources, King Charles decided to take an unprecedented step within the modern royal family. He ordered the drafting of a formal legal document, binding in nature, to conduct a full inventory of the treasures that once belonged to the late Princess Diana. This was not merely a symbolic act, it was a clear declaration of power. The document, as described, was not simply a list of assets, but a detailed delineation of ownership and usage rights down to each individual piece of jewelry. Every ring, every necklace, every gemstone was recorded, cross-checked with archival records and informal agreements that had existed for many years. More notably, the document emphasized the element of personal legacy, indirectly affirming that not everything in the royal jewelry collection could be used at will. even by a queen. This move immediately shook a power structure that had long been maintained in a fragile balance for decades. Rules surrounding royal jewelry were governed by convention and unspoken consensus, rarely formalized into rigid legal documentation. King Charles, choosing to formalize the matter, revealed the seriousness with which he viewed the current situation. It also reflected a shift in how he handled conflict, from restraint to decisiveness. From diplomacy to direct confrontation, Camilla's response, according to what was revealed, was anything but conciliatory. On the contrary, she was said to have displayed an unprecedented firmness. In a private exchange at Windsor, Camilla did not deny using the controversial pieces. Instead, she presented a principled argument. As queen, she had the right to access and use anything within the royal collection. To her, those pieces were not the personal property of any individual, but symbols of the monarchy, and the person standing beside the king had the right to represent those symbols. On the surface, this argument was not entirely without basis. Historically, queens had worn many symbolic pieces without facing public objection. However, the difference lay in the context. The pieces associated with Diana were not merely royal heritage, they carried a unique emotional value, not only for the public but also for members of the family, especially her two sons. Their use, therefore, could not be seen as a neutral act. The debate between the two sides quickly moved beyond legal boundaries. It became a confrontation between two perspectives on power and legacy. On one side was the traditional view, where the queen's authority was defined by her position beside the king. On the other was a more modern approach, where personal legacy and family sentiment were placed at the forefront. Especially in an era where public image played a decisive role in the survival of the monarchy. According to close sources, King Charles did not hide his disappointment at Camilla's reaction. He was said to have emphasized that the issue was not about rights, but about appropriateness and respect. In a time when Catherine was absent due to health reasons, the use of jewelry symbolizing the role she held could be misunderstood and damage the image of the entire royal family. But this argument seemed insufficient to persuade Camilla. Her stubbornness was reflected not only in words, but in actions. Despite increasingly clear warnings, Camilla continued to appear at events wearing pieces from the controversial list. Each time, the pressure intensified. The media continued to question. The public grew more deeply divided, and within the royal family, fractures that had long existed began to surface more clearly than ever. Notably, throughout this process, Prince William remained largely absent from public debate. However, his silence was widely interpreted as a sign of a storm being contained. Those familiar with the internal structure of the royal family believed that William was not someone who would easily overlook matters related to his mother's legacy, and once everything crossed a certain threshold, his response might no longer be symbolic, but concrete. The confrontation at Windsor, therefore, was not a single event. It was the intersection of multiple currents of conflict, power, legacy, personal emotion, and public pressure all converged here, and when neither side was willing to step back, the outcome could only be escalation. In that context, the inventory document introduced by King Charles was no longer just a legal instrument. It became a boundary, a warning that what had once been accepted in silence would now be brought into the light, and anyone who crossed that boundary would face consequences. Camilla's stubbornness, instead of easing the situation, pushed everything closer to the point of eruption, because in a system where every action carries symbolic meaning, refusing to step back is not merely a personal decision. It is a statement of defiance, and it was precisely that defiance that drove the conflict to its peak, leading to an action no one expected from King Charles. Ladies and gentlemen, if the confrontation at Windsor was the breaking point of long simmering tensions, Then William's arrival transformed it into a direct reckoning with no path of retreat, no longer rumors outside or private disputes behind closed doors. This time, Diana's eldest son stepped directly into the center of the storm, bringing with him something no one in that room could ignore. It was not only emotion, but evidence. According to internal sources, William requested a private meeting with the king and Camilla immediately after the inventory document was introduced, but not yet fully enforced. The atmosphere of the meeting was described as suffocatingly cold, not because of the temperature, but because of the presence of things that had never been spoken aloud before. William did not begin with anger. He began with deliberate silence, a silence long enough for everyone in the room to feel its weight. Then he placed a set of documents on the table. It was not an official palace file, but personal records, letters, and documents preserved from many years ago, directly connected to Diana. According to descriptions, they contained passages that clearly expressed her wishes that items of personal significance would be preserved for her sons and later for their families. Not in the form of a complete legal will, but clear enough to understand that for Diana, those items were not merely royal assets, but part of the memory and emotion she intended to pass on. William presenting this evidence was not only a legal or symbolic act, it was a direct reminder that this story did not begin in April 2026, but had stretched across decades, and that any decision made today must confront the shadow of the past. But what made the atmosphere in the room even heavier was not the documents, but what William said next. He spoke about Catherine, not as the Princess of Wales, but as a woman, a wife, and someone facing unstable health. According to accounts, William revealed that Catherine had truly broken down after seeing images of Camilla wearing the sapphire ring, a symbol she had always regarded as a sacred legacy of her mother-in-law. For Catherine, that ring was not just jewelry. It was a symbol of continuity, of responsibility, and of the sacrifices Diana had endured. Seeing it on someone else's hand, especially someone long associated with much of the past pain, created a profound psychological shock. William, during the exchange, did not hide his anger as he emphasized that the act was not only about ownership, but an intrusion into the memory and emotions of the entire family. These words, according to sources, changed the atmosphere in the room completely. It was no longer a debate about power or rules, but a confrontation with real human consequences. King Charles, who had tried to maintain the role of mediator from the beginning, was said to show clear signs of hesitation. He understood that the issue could not be resolved by documents or legal arguments alone. Meanwhile, Camilla's response continued to stir controversy. She did not deny what William said, but she also showed no clear sign of concession. Instead, she returned to her familiar argument about the rights of the Queen, but this time, that argument seemed to lose its weight, because it could not answer the core question William had raised. Why that ring? Camilla's choice was not random. In a vast collection of jewelry with hundreds of pieces, her decision to wear the sapphire ring so closely tied to Diana's iconic image gave rise to many theories. Some believed it was an assertion of power, a way to signal that the past had been replaced and the present now belonged to her. Others offered a deeper analysis, suggesting it reflected a jealousy that had lasted for many years. Diana's shadow had never truly disappeared from the British royal family. Even in death, she remained present in public memory, in the image of her sons, and in symbols such as that ring. For Camilla, who had lived under constant comparison, accessing and using these symbols could be seen as a way to redefine her position. But that very act unintentionally reopened old wounds, making her efforts to build an image more fragile than ever. The irony was that in attempting to assert power, Camilla only highlighted the contrast between herself and Diana in the eyes of the public. The ring, instead of becoming a symbol of continuity, became a symbol of conflict, and each time it appeared, questions of legitimacy and respect were raised once again. The confrontation at Windsor, with William's direct involvement, brought everything into the open in a way no one could fully control. The documents presented, the words spoken, all created a turning point. There was no longer a way to return to the previous state, where everything was kept hidden and resolved in silence, and as the first details began to leak out, the reaction of the British public no longer remained at the level of observation. A wave of opposition began to form, spreading from the media to social networks. From royal experts to ordinary citizens, the questions no longer revolved around a single ring, but expanded to the entire way the royal family handled its legacy and responsibilities. Amid these waves of accusation, the British public began a backlash. Unlike anything seen in modern history, the public reaction did not explode all at once like a sudden blast, but spread slowly and persistently, like a silent crack running through the very foundation of an institution. At first, it was limited to analytical articles in major newspapers, cautious commentary from royal experts, but within days, everything moved beyond control. Online forums, social media, and even live television programs began focusing on a single question: why did Camilla choose Diana's ring, and why did no one stop it sooner? The first number the palace could not ignore appeared at the end of the first weekend of April 2026. A large-scale public opinion poll showed Camilla's approval rating had fallen to a historic low, down to just 12%. This was not merely a warning figure, it was an unprecedented collapse for a reigning queen. More notably, the decline did not come only from those who had always held bias against her, but also from groups of the public who had gradually come to accept her role in recent years. Media experts assessed that this was the consequence of a symbolic miscalculation. In an era where images and messages spread faster than ever, every choice made by the royal family can become the center of millions of discussions, and in this case, the sapphire ring was not just jewelry, it was a symbol, a story, a collective memory that the British public had never truly let go. Beyond that, voices from experts in the field of jewelry and royal protocol began to emerge more frequently. Some leading specialists delivered strikingly direct assessments. According to them, for a queen to wear a piece associated with a figure considered a late rival was not merely a lack of sensitivity, it was one of the most serious diplomatic missteps of the 21st century. When viewed in the context of royal symbolism and ceremony, the reasons given do not lie only in the personal relationship between Camilla and Diana. Within the symbolic system of the British royal family, every piece of jewelry carries a specific message. It can represent succession, a historical period, or a particular relationship. When these unspoken rules are broken, the message sent becomes unclear, even misleading. And in the case of the sapphire ring, the message received by the public was not one of continuity, but of appropriation. Royal historians also began to join the debate. They pointed out that in the past there had been instances where members of the royal family reused jewelry from their predecessors, but the difference lay in the method and the timing. Such actions usually took place after enough time had passed for emotions to settle, and were always accompanied by clear messages of respect and remembrance. In contrast, Camilla's action occurred in an entirely different context. Catherine was absent due to health reasons. Memories of Diana remained vivid in the public mind, and the appearance of the ring at this moment was seen as insensitive to a degree that was difficult to accept. International media quickly entered the discussion, turning the story into a global topic. Major newspapers from Europe to the United States continuously published analysis, each offering a different perspective, but all revolving around a shared conclusion: the British royal family was facing a serious image crisis, and at the center of that crisis was Camilla. Meanwhile, the response from the palace remained the familiar silence. No official statement was issued to explain or calm public opinion. But this silence only made matters worse. In the eyes of the public, it was no longer a sign of composure, but a signal of confusion or even helplessness. The pressure did not stop with the media and public opinion. Inside the royal family, consequences began to emerge more clearly. Close sources revealed that many senior advisors expressed concern about the long-term impact of the situation on the reputation of the monarchy. Some even warned that without timely action, public trust could be damaged in a way that would be difficult to repair. For Camilla, the consequences were not limited to a drop in approval ratings. It also marked a shift in how she was perceived. For many years, she had worked to build an image of a devoted and discreet queen, gradually gaining public acceptance. But in a short period, those efforts seemed to be erased by a single decision. Her image returned to old controversies, to questions about motive, and to comparisons with Diana that never truly faded. The lies in the fact that while attempting to assert her position through symbols of power, Camilla unintentionally weakened the very foundation on which she stood, because within the British royal family, power does not come only from titles, but from public acceptance, and once that acceptance is shaken, everything else becomes fragile. Small protests began to appear in certain central areas of London. They were not large-scale demonstrations, but enough to attract media attention. The banners did not directly target Camilla as an individual, but focused on messages about respecting Diana's legacy and the role of Catherine in the future of the monarchy. This showed that the issue had moved beyond the personal level, becoming a symbol of a broader debate about values and direction. In that context, each day, without a clear resolution, only increased the pressure. Questions continued to be raised, not only about the ring, but about how the royal family handled internal conflict, about its ability to adapt to modern times, and about the level of transparency the public was willing to accept. And as the curtain of truth was gradually lifted, it became clear that this was not merely about jewelry, but about the honor of a dynasty. As the final layers were pulled back, the full picture of the situation no longer appeared as scattered fragments, but as a chain of closely connected actions. King Charles's ultimatum was not simply a legal document intended to inventory Diana's collection. It was a turning-point decision, representing a final effort to protect the legacy of a woman who had become an enduring symbol in the public heart, while also preserving the order of succession represented by Catherine. In a system where every move is carefully calculated, the king's choice to act decisively showed that he fully understood the seriousness of the crisis. Looking back at the entire sequence of events, it becomes clear that this was not a simple dispute over the use of jewelry. It was a clash between two systems of values. On one side was the concept of power based on title, where a queen could claim access to all royal symbols. On the other was the value of memory, respect, and invisible boundaries that cannot be erased. And in that clash, Camilla's actions became the focal point of criticism. A queen, more than anyone else, must represent not only power, but also dignity and refinement. The true power of the British royal family has never resided in diamonds or glittering crowns. It lies in how they are perceived by the public. Attempting to assert position by taking possession of items tied to another person's painful memory is not only a strategic mistake, but a symbolic failure, because gemstones, no matter how valuable, remain lifeless objects. They cannot replace respect, and they cannot buy trust. What stands out most after everything that has happened is the reaction of the British public. In an era where trust in traditional institutions is gradually weakening, the strong support shown for Catherine demonstrates that she is not merely a ceremonial figure. She is a symbol of continuity, of stability, and of a royal family that feels closer to the modern public. Despite being absent for much of the crisis, Catherine's presence in the public mind became stronger than ever. This contrast creates a deeply ironic paradox. While Camilla attempted to assert her position through tangible symbols of power, Catherine, even in absence, maintained her place in the hearts of the people through intangible values. It once again proves that within the British royal family, titles can be given, but recognition must be earned. Jewelry can change hands. Gemstones can be passed from one generation to another, but a place in the public heart cannot be transferred by force. And at this moment, in the eyes of the majority of the British public, Catherine remains the only Princess of Wales, not only because of the title, but because of how she represents it. This story, with all its drama and controversy, is not just a passing scandal. It is a reminder of the true nature of power within the British royal family. Power does not lie in what you can wear, but in how you are remembered when the lights go out. Thank you for following this intense and dramatic story. Do not forget to like and subscribe so you do not miss the latest developments of this royal power struggle, which will continue to unfold in tomorrow's video. Have you ever wondered why a princess, who always appears healthy, radiant, and full of energy like Kate Middleton, could vanish from the public eye for more than 100 days without any clear explanation? Brief announcements about an abdominal surgery may sound harmless, but that very vagueness makes everything more frightening than ever. Because in the world of royalty, where every detail is tightly controlled, silence always carries meaning, and this time, it feels as heavy as a warning. While Kate is struggling with what is believed to be a life-and-death battle behind the closed doors of a hospital, in another corner of the palace, all eyes are turning toward Camilla, a woman once criticized by the entire world, once standing in the shadows for decades, now holds in her hands the very power she has waited for her entire life. And history has proven one thing: Camilla has never missed any power vacuum that appeared before her. Kate's absence is not just a story about health, it is a massive void within the structure of royal power. A void large enough to shake an order once thought unchangeable. And in an environment where every position is tied to influence and authority, the sudden disappearance of a central figure is never something minor. So what is really happening behind the thick walls of the palace? Is this merely an unfortunate medical incident, or part of a carefully calculated plan from the very beginning? If you believe Kate is being harmed, comment number 1. If you think this is simply a serious illness, comment number 2. The truth may still be hidden, but you will be the one to deliver the verdict. Day 1. A brief announcement is released from the palace. Kate Middleton has undergone an abdominal surgery and will temporarily withdraw from public duties. That is all. No images. No video. Not a single moment capturing her entering or leaving the hospital. For someone who lives under constant media attention, such a complete disappearance is nothing short of an unusual void. The palace gates close tightly. Spokespeople become restrained to the point of coldness, and from that very moment, a sense of unease begins to spread, because within the royal family, everything is carefully calculated. But this time, control carries the appearance of concealment. Day 14. The prolonged silence becomes heavier than ever. According to the usual timeline, Kate should have been discharged, or at least appeared in a photo confirming her stable condition. But there is nothing. Sources close to the palace, who often provide information to the press, suddenly disappear in a puzzling way. Royal reporters begin to ask questions, but the answers they receive are only general statements without any concrete detail. Meanwhile, on the other side, Camilla appears more frequently. She attends events with a radiant presence, a confident smile, and the demeanor of someone fully in control. That contrast makes the public unable to ignore their suspicions. One person disappears in silence. Another shines more powerfully than ever. Day 30. Everything begins to slip beyond the control of the palace. Social media erupts. The hashtag #WhereIsKate spreads at a staggering speed, millions of people around the world begin asking questions. What is really happening behind those ancient stone walls? Theories begin to emerge. From speculation about serious health conditions to darker scenarios, and in the midst of that storm, something notable happens. Camilla begins to appear with a clearer message. The royal family remains stable. Everything is under control. Under her guidance, no direct statement is needed. Every appearance, every gesture sends an unmistakable signal: power is not shaken. It is simply being transferred. Day 45. This is the critical point. A symbolic event takes place. Camilla appears in a magnificent outfit, wearing a crown long associated with the image of a queen in significant moments. But what draws public attention is not just the crown, it is her position. The center, the place where Kate should have stood, the place representing the future of the monarchy. There is no statement, no explanation. But the image speaks for itself. A replacement is taking place, quietly, unofficially, yet clearly and irreversibly. Throughout this period, the numbers begin to tell another story. 3 million searches per day related to Kate's condition, a massive figure reflecting the level of public concern and attention, but the response from the palace is completely opposite. Silence continues to be maintained. Occasionally, a few images are released, but instead of reassuring the public, they raise even more suspicion, unusual details, obvious signs of editing, and instead of calming rumors, they fuel even more unanswered questions. As time goes on, the story becomes more complex. This is no longer just about the health of an individual. It is a power vacuum that is gradually being filled in a way that benefits someone else. And royal history has repeatedly shown that such voids rarely remain for long. They are always taken quickly, and sometimes ruthlessly. Looking back at the entire timeline, a pattern begins to emerge. A sudden announcement, an unusually prolonged period of silence, the disappearance of sources, the increasingly prominent presence of another figure, and finally, a symbolic moment confirming a shift in power. Everything unfolds like a carefully arranged sequence of events. There is no direct evidence, but nothing appears to be accidental. And that is precisely what makes it most unsettling. Because when there is no clear explanation, the public imagination will fill the void. And in this case, what they see is not a simple medical story. It is the sign of a silent restructuring of power. Kate's disappearance is not merely a personal incident. It is a link in a much larger picture, a transitional phase, a test of the stability of the royal family. And most importantly, it raises a question that remains unanswered. Who is truly in control? When all the pieces are placed side by side, it becomes clear that this is not a series of isolated events. It carries the marks of a strategy, a process of replacement that unfolds slowly but steadily. No announcements, no direct confrontation, only time and silence. That silence is the most dangerous element because it does not only conceal the truth, it also creates space for power to be reshaped, and within that space, the most patient will be the ones who prevail. So when looking back at these 100 days, perhaps the question is no longer where Kate has gone, but what has changed during her absence, and who has benefited the most from that change. Kate's disappearance is not accidental. It resembles the opening phase of a personnel replacement campaign carried out with cold precision, a campaign without gunfire, yet one that could shake the very foundation of the Windsor monarchy. As the curtain of silence continues to cover Kate's disappearance, a question begins to surface among the public. Is Camilla merely filling the gap? Or is she the one controlling the entire game? In a context where King Charles is believed to be facing serious health issues, the structure of royal power becomes more fragile than ever. Gaps begin to appear. And as history has repeatedly shown, power never remains vacant. It will always be filled by the fastest, the most strategic, and the most patient. In this case, all eyes gradually turn toward Camilla. There is no official decree announced, no statement confirming a new role. Yet in reality, Camilla begins to appear with unusual frequency. She represents the king at major events. She receives high-level officials. She stands in positions that carry symbolic authority unofficially, but clearly. Camilla is assuming the role of a regent in the shadows. The numbers begin to reflect this shift clearly. Camilla's media presence surges, estimated to increase by 300% compared to before. Her name dominates headlines. Her image appears constantly across news coverage, and more importantly, the way the media portrays her begins to change. No longer the figure behind the scenes, no longer the shadow of the king. Camilla is being shaped into a pillar of stability, a symbol of control in a time of uncertainty. But what raises questions for many is not what is seen, it is what is not said. While Kate completely disappears from public view, a new media strategy appears to be unfolding. Messages about privacy, about the right to recover in silence, are repeatedly emphasized. And the person believed to be the strongest supporter of this stance is none other than William. According to some analyses, this may simply be the action of a husband trying to protect his wife from media pressure. But there are also darker interpretations, that this position may have unintentionally, or perhaps deliberately, created a barrier between Kate and the public, a barrier that makes information about her increasingly scarce, a barrier that gradually normalizes her absence, and the question arises, who truly benefits from this isolation? Camilla, with decades of experience living at the center of media scrutiny and controversy, understands the power of image and presence. She understands that in the modern world, power lies not only in titles, but also in visibility. The one who appears more often, the one who controls the narrative more effectively, will shape public perception. Viewed from this perspective, the strategy of protecting privacy may carry another meaning, not only to protect Kate, but also to reduce her presence in the media, and when a central figure gradually disappears from view, the space they leave behind will quickly be filled by someone else. In this case, that person is Camilla. Step by step, she appears in places where Kate once stood. Step by step, she assumes roles that carry symbolic weight. There is no official replacement, no declaration confirming it, but in the perception of the public, a transfer is quietly taking place. Some observers argue that this is merely a coincidence of circumstances, that Camilla is simply doing what is necessary to keep the royal institution functioning smoothly during a difficult time. But others believe that everything is unfolding too perfectly to be mere coincidence. Kate's disappearance, the weakening of the king, the rise of Camilla's presence, the shift in media portrayal, everything seems to be converging toward a single point, a point where power is being redefined. What is notable is that throughout this entire process, there has been no move from Camilla to reduce the attention on herself. On the contrary, she appears to accept, even embrace the spotlight. This stands in complete contrast to the cautious image she once built in the past. Perhaps, after many years in the shadows, this is the very moment she has been waiting for. A moment where all conditions converge, a moment where the greatest obstacles gradually disappear, and a moment where she can step forward without facing strong resistance. Of course, all of this remains at the level of analysis and speculation. There is no concrete evidence proving that Camilla is directing the entire story, but in a closed system like the royal family, where information is tightly controlled, the absence of evidence does not mean that nothing is happening, and it is precisely that ambiguity that makes the story more compelling than ever. As Kate is pushed into the shadows of the hospital, as information about her becomes scarce and difficult to verify, on the other side, Camilla shines with an intensity never seen before. It is not only her appearances, it is also the way she controls the narrative, the way she shapes her image. and the way she gradually asserts her position. Some call it adaptation. Others call it opportunity. But there are also those who believe it is the result of a plan prepared long in advance, whatever the truth may be. One thing cannot be denied. The balance of power within the royal family is shifting, and that shift does not happen loudly. It happens in silence, in gaps of information, in decisions that appear harmless, and at the center of it all, Camilla stands firm, not as a temporary substitute, but as a true central figure of this turbulent period. The final question remains, is she merely taking advantage of an opportunity, or is she the one who created that opportunity from the very beginning? And perhaps the answer will never be made clear, but what is unfolding before the public is enough to make people think that in the world of power, every silence carries value, and every appearance carries a message. While Kate remains a great question, Camilla has become the answer the public is forced to see. Ladies and gentlemen, if the 100 days of Kate's disappearance is a curtain of concealment, then the scandal of the leaked medical records is the first tear that allows people to glimpse what is hidden behind. Everything began when information about a security breach at the London clinic suddenly came to light. According to what was revealed, one or more individuals attempted to gain unauthorized access to the medical records of royal family members being treated there. At first glance, this may seem like a rare violation of privacy, but not an unprecedented one. However, what makes this incident unusual lies in a critical detail. The target was not the records of King Charles, who was also receiving treatment at the same time. It was Kate. That choice immediately raises a series of questions. If the goal were simply sensational news, the King's records would surely be far more valuable, but whoever was behind this incident did not think so. They focused on one person only, and that leads the public to suspect that this was not a spontaneous act, it was a targeted mission. Within a short time, 3 medical staff members were suspended for their involvement in the leak. This is the official number released, but their identities have not been disclosed, nor is there any information about who commissioned or stood behind the collection of this data. Another gap in information appears, and once again, silence becomes the most striking element. In that context, theories begin to form. One of the most controversial revolves around the true motive behind accessing Kate's medical records, not to make them public, not to create an immediate scandal, but to obtain something more valuable: information. In the world of power, information is always a weapon, and it is not always used openly. Sometimes, its greatest value lies in its ability to influence from the shadows, especially when that information concerns health, not only physical, but also mental. Some analyses suggest that if there were any evidence indicating that Kate is no longer capable of fulfilling royal duties, it could become an extremely powerful leverage. There would be no need to make it public. It would only need to reach the right people, at the right time, and in closed-door meetings of advisory councils, where the future of the monarchy is discussed. Such information could completely alter the balance, and this is where the name Camilla once again appears in speculation. From this perspective, the access to Kate's medical records is not a random act. It is part of a long-term strategy, a strategy aimed at gathering evidence, not for direct confrontation, but to create doubts deep enough, strong enough, and lasting enough to shake the confidence of those who hold decision-making power. If a key figure is placed under question regarding their ability to fulfill their role, then restructuring becomes much easier. There is no need for confrontation, no need for public removal. It is enough for that person to gradually be seen as no longer suitable, and when that happens, the process of replacement will unfold almost naturally. What is important to note is that up to this point, there has been no verified evidence released regarding the content of the accessed records. The public does not know what Kate is truly facing. Everything remains covered by a thick fog. But it is precisely this lack of transparency that gives weight to speculation, because when there is no official information, the gaps are filled with suspicion. And in this context, suspicion is beginning to point toward a colder scenario, that the objective is not only to control the narrative, but to control the future of a person within the structure of power. If Kate is considered no longer fit to continue her role, then the list of potential successors will change. And when that list changes, the entire structure of power will be affected. This is no longer the story of an individual, it is the story of a position, a symbol, a crucial link within a system, and if one link is removed, the chain will have to adjust itself. Some believe that all of this is merely coincidence, a security breach, an unfortunate incident, but others believe that in a tightly controlled environment like the royal family, such incidents rarely occur without reason. The question is not only who accessed the records, it is who is truly behind it, who needed that information, and most importantly, how it will be used. Until now, the identity of the buyer remains undisclosed. No name has been released. No independent investigation has been confirmed. Everything appears to have been handled internally. Quickly, quietly, and with very few traces left behind. That alone makes the situation even more suspicious, because in cases involving security and privacy at this level, transparency is usually used to reassure the public, but this time, transparency is completely absent. And when the light is not turned on, the darkness becomes deeper. Looking back at the entire sequence of events, a scenario begins to take shape in the minds of many. A scenario in which the leak of the records is not the end point, but a step within a larger plan, a plan aimed at reshaping the future of the royal family by removing elements that are no longer considered suitable, whether that scenario is true or not. One thing cannot be denied. The scandal at the London clinic has changed the way the public perceives the entire story. It has turned an absence into a question, and that question into a systemic suspicion, and at the center of all those suspicions, a chilling hypothesis continues to exist that the goal is not only to control the present, but to rewrite the future. Camilla does not simply want Kate to be ill. In the way many fear, she wants Kate to disappear permanently from the list of potential successors. A statement without evidence, yet powerful enough to make people think, because in the world of power, sometimes the most frightening things are not what has been proven, but what could happen when no one is able to stop it in time. When speaking of prolonged silence, of the feeling of isolation behind palace walls, the public cannot help but recall one name, Diana, and it is the increasingly clear similarities between the two stories that have caused a haunting theory to spread. In the 1990s, Diana was gradually pushed to the margins. It began with small differences. Then came growing distances in the way she was treated, the way she appeared before the public, and the way her story was controlled. Those who were once closest to her gradually disappeared from her circle of influence. Phone calls became more difficult. Information became more tightly filtered, and little by little, Diana was no longer the center of the royal narrative, even though she remained the most beloved figure among the public. Today, when looking at what is happening with Kate, many people feel a similarity that is difficult to ignore. It is not an exact repetition, but it carries familiar signs: a sudden disappearance, a long period without public appearances, a curtain of silence justified as protection of privacy, and most importantly, a flow of information so tightly controlled that it becomes almost absolute. If for Diana, the isolation unfolded gradually over many years, then for Kate, everything seems to be happening faster, more efficiently, and more discreetly. There are no shocking interviews, no public expressions of pain, only absence. An absence long enough to raise questions, yet discreet enough that no one can provide a definitive answer. In that context, the role of Camilla continues to be at the center of debate. On the surface, she appears as a composed woman, a caring mother-in-law, a figure trying to keep everything stable during a difficult time. Official messages consistently emphasize sympathy and the desire to protect Kate from public pressure. But as with earlier parts of the story, what draws attention is not only what is shown, it is what is missing. There are no direct images of Kate for an extended period, no detailed updates, no clear confirmation of her current condition. And more importantly, no sign that she is maintaining contact with the outside world in a way the public can verify. Some believe this is simply how the royal family handles a sensitive health matter, that limiting information is necessary to ensure privacy, but others argue that this very limitation has unintentionally created a form of soft isolation, a state in which an individual still exists in name, but has almost disappeared from the flow of information and influence. When placing the two stories side by side, the similarity does not lie in specific details. It lies in structure. A central female figure, a complex system of power, a gradual reduction in visibility, and a layer of explanation built around it all. However, it must be acknowledged with caution that these comparisons are largely based on public interpretation rather than verified evidence. There is no official documentation showing that Kate is being confined or deliberately isolated, and there is no confirmation that any individual is controlling information in a negative way. Even so, in an environment where information is always limited, public perception can become a force that shapes the narrative, and in this case, that perception is leaning toward a more troubling scenario. That silence is not only a protective measure, it may also be a tool. If Diana was once a victim of emotional fractures and betrayal within personal relationships, then the hypothesis now being discussed carries a different tone. A theory suggesting that Kate may be facing a more systemic form of pressure, not public, not confrontational, but quiet and prolonged. This leads to another interpretation of the entire sequence of events, that what is unfolding is not merely a medical incident, but a process of controlling information related to health, a process in which who knows what, and at what time, becomes the decisive factor. Of course, all of this remains at the level of hypothesis, but it is precisely the absence of clear information that allows such theories to exist, and that is where the past and the present intersect, not in how identical the two stories are, but in how both create a void large enough for the public to begin asking questions. Within that void, memories of Diana return. Images of a woman once placed in a difficult position, emotions that have never fully settled, and when those emotions are reawakened, the way the public views the present also begins to change. It may simply be a coincidence of circumstances, it may be how the royal family handles a complex situation, but it may also be, as some fear, a sign of a pattern repeating itself in a more sophisticated form. If Diana once became a symbol of vulnerability within a closed system, then the question now is this: is Kate stepping into a similar role, but within a more modern context, where everything is more tightly controlled and harder to recognize? If Diana was a victim of betrayal within personal relationships, then according to many emerging theories, Kate may be caught in a different kind of pressure, a pressure related to image, health, and her role within the structure of power, an unverified theory, but one powerful enough to make people pause and reflect, because in the world of royalty, where things are rarely spoken directly, sometimes silence tells the most powerful story, and when all the pieces are placed together again, the picture we see is no longer a series of disconnected events. It is a timeline filled with unusual gaps, difficult coincidences, and silent shifts of power, from the very first day with the cold announcement of a surgery, to the weeks of complete absence from Kate, from the global wave of speculation, to the increasingly frequent appearances of Camilla in a central role, and then the peak, The medical records leak, where all questions begin to point toward a single focus. Throughout those 100 days, one thing cannot be denied. The balance of power has shifted. No official declaration is needed. No public ceremony is required. Only prolonged silence on one side, and a strong presence on the other. Camilla has stepped out of the shadow of the past to become the center of the present, and whether by chance or by design, every development appears to reinforce that position. What we have witnessed is not merely the story of a woman undergoing medical treatment, it is the story of how power operates when it is not under scrutiny. It is how information can be controlled, directed, and even removed entirely from public view, and most importantly, it is how a void can be filled so quickly that people begin to forget who once stood there. It may all be coincidence. It may simply be how the royal family responds to an unprecedented medical situation, but it may also be, as we have explored, a process of restructuring power in the shadows, a process that does not rely on open conflict, but on patience, time, and absolute control over information. Camilla's crown may have been forged through years of endurance and waiting, but to maintain it requires more than that. It requires voids. It requires the disappearance of those who could stand in the way. And in this story, Kate Middleton is that figure. The biggest question still lies ahead. If one day Kate returns to the public eye, will everything be able to return to what it once was? Will her image remain intact in the hearts of the people, or will what remains be only a shadow, a symbol faded by months of absence and unanswered questions? We may not have all the answers, but we have the right to ask questions. And sometimes, those very questions are what prevent the truth from being buried forever. Thank you for staying with us. If you believe Kate deserves transparency and protection, please like this video. And do not forget to subscribe to the channel so you do not miss the next part, where we will dive deeper into another controversial detail, the photograph believed to have been edited, who was behind it, and whether we have all been misled all this time. What if I told you that, just minutes ago, the palace quietly enacted one of the most brutal decisions in recent royal history? A decision so severe, so absolute, that it effectively erases a member of the royal family from every privilege, every protection, and every lifeline she once relied on, because yes, it is now officially confirmed, Sarah Ferguson, the Duchess of York, has been completely cut off from all royal benefits, effective immediately. This isn't a minor adjustment or a standard budget review. This is a sudden severance. No financial support, no security, no access to estates, staff, or medical care tied to the crown. Overnight, a woman who survived cancer, scandal, divorce, and decades of scrutiny has been pushed out of the royal system she once served and suffered for. And the biggest question echoing through Buckingham right now is simple. Why? Insiders report a late-night emergency meeting with senior courtiers, followed by an unusually blunt internal memo. There was no ceremony, no warm wording, just a direct order cutting Sarah loose. Some sources claim this move is tied to her recent health scares. Others whisper it was driven by political motives, and a few believe this is only the first step in a much larger restructuring of the monarchy, one that might involve removing more unnecessary members. But here's the part that no one can ignore. Why was this decision executed in complete silence? Why now, and who exactly pushed it through? Before we go deeper into the hidden motives behind this unprecedented action, I want to hear from you. Do you think Sarah Ferguson is being targeted, or is the palace hiding something much darker? Comment your thoughts below because what comes next may change everything. Now, let's get into the full story. To understand why the palace moved with such shocking brutality, We need to go back to when the warning signs were already forming long before the public noticed anything unusual. Here's what they don't want you to know. Inside the royal household, Sarah's situation wasn't viewed as a sudden crisis. It was seen as the slow, inevitable unraveling of a woman caught in the tightening grip of royal rules, financial catastrophe, and shifting political tides. When King Charles ascended to the throne, he brought a governing philosophy his advisors had anticipated for decades. A streamlined monarchy, smaller, sharper, and far less forgiving of individuals who carried what they called reputational risk. Under Queen Elizabeth, Sarah had always been an exception. She was welcomed at family gatherings, allowed to remain at Royal Lodge with Prince Andrew, treated gently despite her missteps. Elizabeth operated with grace, with memory, with sentiment, but Charles inherited a different world, a world where online scrutiny is merciless, where political pressure is relentless, where the institution could no longer afford what one senior aide quietly called nostalgic allowances. And here's the uncomfortable truth that changed everything. Unlike Andrew, Sarah held no title of Her Royal Highness. Unlike working royals, she had no public role to justify security or housing support. And unlike the newer generation, William, Catherine, and their children, she represented a past version of the monarchy, one weighed down by controversies the crown was desperate to bury forever. Behind palace walls, discussions about Royal Lodge began much earlier than anyone realized. The rising maintenance costs, the future use of grace and favor residences, the legal structure tying Andrew to the property. Each time these issues surfaced, Sarah's name appeared as an unavoidable complication. Without an HRH title, without duties, without a defined institutional purpose, she was an anomaly in a system built entirely on hierarchies. But tradition and cost weren't the only forces driving the shift. Here's where it gets dark. Political figures in Westminster began pressing the monarchy quietly but firmly to address lingering concerns connected to the Epstein fallout. The public, especially those who remembered the scandals of the 1990s, increasingly questioned why a non-working divorced duchess continued living in a Crown Estate property. The palace noticed, they logged the polling numbers, they recognized the pattern. Sarah was becoming a symbol of everything Charles's modernization plans sought to eliminate. Can you see it now? The walls were already closing in. The decision was no longer if, but when. And as these pressures converged, legal, financial, reputational, political, the once small conversations about Sarah's future grew sharper, more hurt, and impossible to avoid. Catherine's discovery. But there's someone else in this story. Someone whose quiet observations revealed just how serious this situation had become. Princess Catherine. The first real signs of trouble didn't come from headlines or scandals. They came from subtle, easily overlooked anomalies that only those closest to the royal system noticed. And for Catherine, whose life had been shaped by decades of protocol and public expectation, these irregularities around Sarah Ferguson began to feel like warning bells nobody else wanted to hear. It started during a routine briefing at Kensington Palace. Catherine overheard two staff members discussing Windsor properties. One mentioned that Royal Lodge maintenance cost projections had doubled again. The other added with uncomfortable hesitation, "The complication remains. Sarah still living there. Still not a working royal. Still tied to Andrew's diminishing position." Catherine didn't intervene. She simply paused, absorbing the tone. Because she knew when palace staff speak tentatively, something deeper is always brewing. Weeks later, another inconsistency surfaced. Catherine received a briefing pack summarizing public sentiment toward different royal family branches. Most was predictable: strong support for the Wales family, cautious optimism around Charles's modernization. But one graph caught her attention: an unexpected spike in negative sentiment associated with the York household, not toward Beatrice or Eugenie, who remained privately respected. Specifically toward Sarah, the phrasing in the analysis was telling, "Public perception reflects unresolved associations and outdated expectations." Catherine understood exactly what that meant. Then came the moment that changed everything. During a spring charity event, Catherine greeted well-wishers along the rope line when an older woman leaned in and gently asked, "Dear, why is the Duchess of York still in that big house if she's not working for the crown? It doesn't look quite right, does it?" Catherine smiled politely, offering a diplomatic reply. But inside, she felt a tightness forming. When ordinary citizens voice the same concerns private advisors whisper, the gap between public understanding and palace silence has become too dangerous to ignore. Meanwhile, inside Windsor, the atmosphere had shifted dramatically. Staff who once described Andrew and Sarah's arrangement as odd but functional now used different language: strained, unsettled, uncertain. Even more revealing were the briefings about foreign press coverage. American outlets were quietly linking Sarah back into the Epstein narrative because of her past emails, including the infamous one calling him a supreme friend and the revived congressional inquiry. Catherine knew how catastrophic this was. Once an individual becomes part of an international scandal discussion, the Crown's risk assessment changes completely, and Sarah had no role, no institutional shield, no functional justification to keep her within the royal framework. Late that summer, Catherine was shown an internal document summarizing external reputational threats. Sarah was listed prominently. The reasoning was stark: non-working royal with unstable finances, public visibility, and unresolved associations invites scrutiny inconsistent with modernization strategy. Do you understand what that means in royal terms? It was the beginning of the end. The strategic meeting. By the time the decision was finalized, conversations inside Buckingham Palace had shifted from quiet concern to strategic urgency. The question was no longer whether action should be taken, it was how far the Crown was prepared to go, and at the center of this transformation stood Queen Camilla, a woman who understood better than most how fragile the monarchy's public image could be. Camilla's mornings often began with thick folders of press summaries, but in recent months, a disturbing pattern had emerged. Major American outlets were no longer focusing solely on Prince Andrew's downfall. They were turning their attention to Sarah, articles in the Washington Post, segments on MSNBC, late-night discussions on CNN, all asking pointed questions about why the Duchess of York still occupied a Crown Estate residence while carrying reputational risks linked to Andrew's scandals and her own financial disasters. The tone was shifting from curiosity to open criticism, and for a monarchy hyper-aware of its international image, this development mattered profoundly. Camilla called a private meeting in the Green Drawing Room, a space quiet enough to avoid casual eavesdropping. Those invited included Sir Edward Chapman, Fiona Lyle, and Rupert Kane, senior advisors with decades of crisis management experience. She opened with characteristic calm, but the urgency in her voice was unmistakable. Public patience is not endless, nor is institutional tolerance. Sir Edward unfolded a document summarizing the amplification of international coverage, mentions of Sarah's financial troubles, the Epstein connection, and the revived congressional inquiry were rising sharply in American media cycles. Even mainstream British journalism, once cautious about pushing too hard on Sarah, was now framing her presence at Royal Lodge as a symbol of inconsistency. Then Princess Anne joined the discussions, and she didn't mince words. "We're trying to streamline the monarchy, not drag the past forward with us." Anne had always respected Sarah personally, but she believed institutions survived only when they followed rules, not memories. William, briefed separately at Kensington Palace, echoed the sentiment in his measured way. We cannot continue carrying burdens that do not belong to the future we are building. But the most revealing insight came from the communications wing. Analysts presented Camilla and Charles with data showing a sharp rise in negative sentiment among viewers over 50 inches the United States, a demographic loyal, deeply engaged, and often nostalgic for the Diana-era monarchy. The data was devastating. A young communications staffer, reviewing engagement metrics, offered an insight that silenced the room. People aren't just watching this as royal drama, they're watching it as a moral question. How much responsibility does a family bear for the actions of someone linked to them? Camilla and Charles reviewed the draft statement. The language was crisp, restrained, deeply institutional. It didn't attack Sarah. It didn't reference scandals. It framed the decision as procedural, necessary, aligned with long-term restructuring. But beneath its calm tone, anyone familiar with royal subtext could see its true meaning. The crown was stepping away permanently. Before finalizing, Camilla made a suggestion rooted in her own experience. We must ensure this does not read as punishment. It must read as policy. Several lines were rewritten to emphasize neutrality and precedent. Inside the palace's private offices, a quiet understanding settled. The decision was irreversible, and its impact would echo far beyond Windsor and Buckingham Palace. The announcement, the full palace statement went live, a meticulously worded document that rippled across the world within minutes. It was short, polished, and unmistakably final. The Crown confirmed that effective immediately, Sarah Ferguson would no longer receive housing provisions, security consideration, or transitional support from the royal household. Every line felt like a door slamming shut. For Sarah, the impact was immediate and devastating. She was sitting at a small writing desk in the corner of a London hotel suite when her phone erupted with notifications. She had moved there quietly days earlier, sensing something decisive was coming. But not knowing how hard it would land, when she saw the official Buckingham Palace header appear on her screen, she froze. For a moment, she simply stared at the announcement, reading it twice, as if the words might shift the second time around. They didn't. What struck her first wasn't the loss of Royal Lodge that had been foreshadowed for months. It was the tone, the absence of warmth, the formality, the unmistakable message that the Crown was drawing a clean, unbridgeable line between Sarah Ferguson and the institution she had once married into. Regardless of the years spent rehabilitating her reputation, the charity events, the children's books, the public resilience, none of it mattered. No. In the eyes of the monarchy, she was no longer part of its future. Across newsrooms worldwide, the reaction was shock mixed with grim recognition. The palace's modernization strategy under King Charles had always hinted at a leaner, more focused royal structure. But nobody expected the shift to land so sharply and so publicly on the Duchess of York. The timing felt surgical. Andrew was already being relocated to a smaller property. The Epstein investigation in the United States was accelerating. Pressure from Parliament to ensure ethical clarity around royal associations had reached its highest point in years. For observers, it was clear Sarah had become a liability. The Crown could no longer afford to defend. The global media storm intensified as pundits recounted her long list of setbacks, her financial entanglements, including the failed Pegasus Bitcoin venture, the infamous email calling Epstein a supreme friend, her charity partnerships now framed as a career cut short by association and misjudgment. Even her personal resilience, once admired, became part of a tragic narrative about a woman who had been offered second chances but never found solid footing. The daughter's desperate plan, but while the world dissected the public fallout, something far more personal and far more desperate was unfolding in the shadows. Beatrice and Eugenie had been preparing for this moment. According to sources close to the sisters, they were devastated but unsurprised. They had known the announcement would be definitive, and they had taken steps quietly, urgently to prepare their mother's escape route. Their property in the coastal region of Camporta, Portugal, had already been readied. Staff arranged temporary accommodations. Local contacts helped secure privacy upon arrival. Make no mistake, this wasn't a vacation plan. This was a relocation plan. A survival plan. The sisters moved with military precision, determined to ensure their mother had somewhere safe, quiet, and controllable to land. But beneath the practical tasks lay a deeper, more heartbreaking fear that once Sarah left the UK, the distance between her and the monarchy would become permanent, irreversible. Meanwhile, inside the palace, advisors felt a strange mixture of relief and apprehension. Relief because a lingering institutional dilemma had finally been resolved. Apprehension because Sarah remained unpredictable, historically outspoken, a woman who had never disappeared quietly. Her financial instability made her vulnerable to book deals. Her long relationship with Andrew meant she had knowledge that could unsettle the monarchy further if ever revealed, and her reputation as a woman who refused to fade away made her next steps impossible to predict. The hidden motives. Now we arrive at the question everyone's asking, but nobody's answering. What are the real motives behind this decision? Because if you think this is simply about modernization or financial efficiency, you haven't been paying attention. Let me break down what's really happening behind those palace walls. Motive 1. The Epstein shadow. The revived congressional inquiry in the United States isn't just examining Andrew. Investigators have begun asking questions about financial connections, communications, and associations that extend to Sarah. Her past emails, her business dealings, her proximity to figures under scrutiny, all of it creates exposure the Crown cannot tolerate. By severing ties with Sarah now, the palace creates legal distance. If she's investigated, questioned, or implicated in any way, the monarchy can truthfully claim she has no official connection to the institution. That's not coincidence. That's strategy. Motive 2. Financial liability. Sarah's financial history is a minefield. The failed business ventures, the mounting debts, the questionable partnerships. Each one represents potential embarrassment for the Crown. But here's what's truly alarming. Sources suggest Sarah may have been seeking financial assistance from the royal household to cover legal fees and security costs. The palace had to make a choice: continue propping up someone with no official role or cut ties completely. They chose severance over support. Motive 3. The American audience. The palace is acutely aware of American sentiment, and American viewers, especially those over 50, who represent a massive engaged audience, have been increasingly vocal about the York situation. Polling data showed this demographic questioning the monarchy's judgment in maintaining ties with Sarah given the controversies. For an institution that depends on international goodwill and soft power, losing American support is unthinkable. This announcement was as much for Washington and New York as it was for London. Motive 4. William's succession planning. William is thinking decades ahead. He's building a monarchy for George, Charlotte, and Louis. And in that vision, there's no room for the complicated, scandal-tainted figures of the past. Sources close to William suggest he's been the strongest voice pushing for clean breaks. Not out of cruelty, but out of calculated necessity. Every lingering controversy from the previous generation becomes a weapon that can be used against the future. Motive 5. The Portugal connection. Why Portugal? Why Camporta specifically? Because it's quiet, isolated, and far from British tabloid scrutiny. Because it allows the palace to say Sarah has relocated abroad for personal reasons without revealing she's essentially been exiled. Portugal isn't just a fresh start. It's a strategic containment. Inside the palace, The hours following the announcement carried a tension that settled into every corner of the royal ecosystem. Within minutes, the legal office convened. Advisors reviewed Crown estate lease structures and policies governing non-working royals. One lawyer summarized it with devastating clarity. Her Royal Highness status is gone. Her support structures are gone. Under current statute, there is no pathway back. At Windsor, the reality had already begun reshaping Prince Andrew's world. The logistics team confirmed he would be relocated to a smaller property before Christmas, a downsizing framed as routine restructuring. Though everyone understood the symbolism, Andrew would remain under the Crown's roof. Sarah would not. At Kensington Palace, William studied the developments with thoughtful silence. He carried no personal grudge against Sarah, but understood the political risk tied to her financial instability and proximity to Andrew's scandals. Privately, staff noted, William seemed relieved more than distressed. A lingering uncertainty had been resolved. Catherine's perspective, though quieter, was equally grounded. She sympathized with Sarah. Both women had endured the tabloid machine's brutality, but Catherine also knew the palace could not shield a figure whose presence complicated modernization efforts. In her view, letting Sarah step away, however harsh the optics, was the only sustainable option. The practical nightmare. Without royal support, Sarah would no longer qualify for security coverage, an immediate concern given renewed public interest in her past. The Home Office confirmed she would need to arrange her own security abroad. The financial assessment was equally grim. Without housing provisions, without security support, without the safety net she'd relied on for decades, Sarah would need to generate significant income immediately. And here's where it gets truly concerning. A financially desperate Sarah Ferguson, with intimate knowledge of royal operations, personal relationships, and private conversations, represents exactly the kind of risk that keeps palace advisors awake at night. Book deals, tell-all interviews, documentary participation. Each represents a potential minefield. The palace had severed ties, but they hadn't eliminated risk. They'd arguably increased it. The daughters' heartbreak. Beatrice and Eugenie found themselves caught in an impossible position. Daughters torn between institutional necessity and maternal protection. They understood the palace's decision. They'd seen the mounting pressures, but understanding didn't ease the emotional devastation of watching their mother be formally expelled from the only world she'd known for nearly 4 decades. According to sources, both sisters reached out to their mother within minutes of the announcement. The conversations were brief, emotional, and focused on immediate practicalities, because in crisis, the York women do what they've always done. They act, they protect, they survive. The preparations accelerated. Documents were delivered discreetly. Bank accounts were reviewed. Legal counsel was engaged for the Portugal transition. Every detail mattered because one misstep could expose their mother to dangers. The palace was no longer obligated to shield her from. But beneath all the logistics lay a question neither sister wanted to voice. Once their mother left British soil, essentially exiled by the institution their grandmother once led, would she ever truly come back? Global reaction. From which country or city are you watching this moment unfold? Because this story is being interpreted completely differently depending on where you're sitting. In America, viewers see this as the monarchy finally holding itself accountable to modern ethical standards, even if painfully late. In Britain, the response is more divided. Older generations remember Sarah fondly and see this as unnecessarily harsh. Younger audiences view it as long overdue institutional house cleaning. In Europe, particularly in countries with their own monarchies, royal watchers are analyzing this as a template for how modern crowns handle legacy complications. In Commonwealth nations, the reaction ranges from sympathy to frustration, that the monarchy continues generating drama when it should be focused on meaningful service. Your perspective matters because how this story resonates globally will influence how historians ultimately judge this decision. Leave a comment below telling me where you are watching from and what's your honest reaction. Sarah's silent response. Sarah remained in that London hotel suite. She hadn't issued a statement, hadn't appeared publicly, hadn't even posted on social media. A silence that, for a woman known for her communication, spoke volumes. Those closest to her described someone in a state of processing shock mixed with steely determination. She had survived scandals before, weathered divorces, financial ruin, and public humiliation. But this was different. This wasn't a scandal she could rehabilitate from or a misstep she could apologize for. This was an institutional rejection, absolute and irreversible. Friends report she spent hours on the phone with her daughters, with legal advisors, with a handful of people who remained truly loyal. She reviewed documents, made lists, planned next steps with the methodical focus of someone who understood the severity of her situation. Because Sarah Ferguson may be many things, but she's never been passive. And as night deepened over London, one truth became increasingly clear. The palace had made its move. Now the world was waiting to see how Sarah would respond. The monarchy's gamble. For King Charles and his advisors, the decision to sever ties with Sarah represents both a victory and a massive gamble. The victory. They've eliminated a complication that was becoming increasingly untenable, sent a clear message about modernization priorities, created legal and political distance from potential future scandals. The gamble. They've also created a loose cannon, a financially vulnerable, potentially angry ex-royal, with decades of insider knowledge and nothing left to lose. History shows us that exiled royals don't always go quietly into the Portuguese sunset. The Duke and Duchess of Windsor, Princess Margaret in her later years, even Diana in the final year of her life, separated from the institution but still possessing the power to shake it. Sarah has that same power now, multiplied by modern media, social platforms, and an international audience hungry for royal revelations. The palace's strategy assumes Sarah will accept her exile gracefully, fade from view, and allow the monarchy to move forward without her. But what if she doesn't? What if financial desperation, personal anger, or simple human frustration leads her to start talking to journalists, documentarians, or authors who would pay significantly for her story? What if the palace just created their own worst nightmare? What this means for us, beyond the royal headlines, this story offers profound lessons about power, loyalty, and reinvention. Lesson 1. Unresolved problems don't disappear. They compound. Lesson 2. No structure built in one season lasts forever. Lesson 3. Institutions prioritize survival over individuals, always. Lesson 4. Sometimes reinvention requires a forced break. The hidden truth? This announcement isn't the end of Sarah Ferguson's story. It's the beginning of a completely new chapter. For nearly 40 years, Sarah has existed in the shadow of the monarchy, defined by her marriage to Andrew, judged by royal standards, constrained by institutional expectations. Now, for the first time since 1986, she's completely free of those constraints, free to speak, free to write, free to build a life entirely on her own terms without worrying about palace approval or royal protocol. Is that liberation or devastation? The answer probably depends on what Sarah chooses to do next. If she retreats quietly and lives out her years in Portuguese obscurity, then the palace wins completely. But if Sarah emerges as a voice, writing books, giving interviews, participating in documentaries that reveal uncomfortable truths about royal life, then this decision might be remembered very differently as the moment the monarchy created its most dangerous adversary by giving someone who knew too much absolutely nothing left to lose. Final thoughts. Sarah Ferguson's fall from royal grace isn't just a headline. It's a human story about resilience, consequence, and the brutal mathematics of power. Yet, beneath the tragedy lies something potentially transformative. Portugal may not have been her dream, but it offers distance, safety, and a chance to rebuild without the constant shadow of royal expectations. For a woman who has lived most of her adult life beneath the harsh glare of public opinion, that might be its own kind of liberation. For the monarchy, this decision marks a deliberate step toward the future King Charles has envisioned, a crown that is smaller, more accountable, more aligned with modern expectations. Power structures may define the rules, but individuals define their stories. Sarah Ferguson has been many things: controversial, resilient, unpredictable, flawed, human, but she has never ever been silent. And now that the palace has spoken firmly, finally, fatally, the world waits to see how she will respond, what she will reveal, who she will become without the walls of Windsor to define her. In the end, the decision to cut off all royal benefits for Sarah Ferguson was not just a cold announcement from the palace, but a declaration that anyone once considered part of the royal family can be removed from the circle of power at any moment. Although the reasons made public sound reasonable, it is clear that behind them lie motives. The palace does not want to mention meetings that never appeared on the official schedule, unusual changes inside the royal office, and especially the calculated silence of several high-ranking figures. All of it creates the sense that this story still has many layers that have yet to be uncovered. Sarah was once part of the royal family, once devoted her name and her image for many years. The fact that she was removed so decisively shows that there are things the palace wants to bury very deeply. Thank you for staying with us until the end of the video. What do you think is the real reason behind this decision? Leave your opinion in the comments. And do not forget to subscribe to the channel so you can continue exploring the hidden corners of the British royal family with us. All eyes are now fixed on the iron gates of Buckingham Palace, where a secret decree has just been signed by King Charles in the middle of the night. This is not a health announcement, nor is it a routine royal ceremony. It is a decision carrying the full weight of supreme authority, a cold and definitive sentence. All inheritance rights of Queen Camilla have officially been revoked, without any prior notice, without a single warning sign. Only a chilling silence now hangs over the entire British royal family. Within just a few short hours, the news spread across newspapers throughout Britain, triggering what can only be described as a true earthquake in both the media and the public. Even veteran royal experts have admitted that they have never witnessed a decision so sudden and so severe in decades. Because this is not merely a change of status, this is a direct confrontation between trust and betrayal, between buried secrets and truths slowly being dragged into the light. What really happened behind the thick stone walls of the palace? What could be serious enough to force a king to act against the very woman who has stood beside him for so many years? Could it be that a hidden secret has just been exposed? Or is this all part of a calculated move in a far greater game of power that the public has yet to fully see? In your opinion, is this decisive action taken by the king meant to protect the monarchy? Comment number 1. Or is it the result of a carefully orchestrated plot? Comment number 2. Let me know your thoughts right now. The beginning of everything did not come from a loud scandal, but from a quiet detail carrying enough weight to shake an entire structure of power. Norfolk Estate, one of the oldest and most valuable royal assets, valued at £450 million, has long stood as a symbol of lineage and inheritance. Yet it was precisely in this seemingly unchanging place that a small adjustment in a supplemental will quietly took place. Enough to change everything. Camilla discovered the truth in a way no one could have expected. Not through an official announcement, not during a private meeting, but from an overlooked detail, a line that seemed meaningless in an internal document. Her name, once listed among the primary beneficiaries, had now disappeared. No explanation, no prior signal, only the cold reality that her position within the structure of assets was being deliberately removed. But Camilla's reaction was not what anyone had imagined. There was no outburst of anger, no direct confrontation. She remained silent, a silence that stretched long enough to become unsettling, and it was precisely that silence that became the most dangerous signal of all, because for someone who had navigated countless power struggles within the royal family, silence is never a sign of acceptance. It is the moment when every calculation begins to take shape. Within just a few days, subtle movements began to emerge behind closed doors. A name started to surface: James Hargrove, an archivist who had worked for nearly 2 decades within the royal records system. He was not a man of power. He had no voice in any decision. But he held something that even the most powerful could not do without: access to secrets that had been locked away. James had always been known as cautious, principled, and someone who almost never crossed his limits, but no one knows exactly what caused him to change. It could have been pressure, it could have been personal gain, or perhaps something deeper that no one could see. What is certain is that after a short period of time, the archive system began to show very small discrepancies, changes so subtle that they were almost impossible to detect without examining every detail. The plan was not to destroy, not to steal everything, but to replace a part of it, just one clause altered, one name added or removed. That alone would be enough to shift the entire order of inheritance, and to do that, they needed the most important thing of all: the original file. That was when Marcus Lane appeared. Marcus does not belong to the royal family. He is not part of any official system. He is the kind of man who exists in the gray zone, where the line between legal and illegal is almost impossible to define. The assignments he takes are always the kind that cannot be traced back to anyone. And for that reason, he becomes the perfect link in this plan. One evening on the M25 highway, everything is arranged to look like a random incident. Heavy traffic, endless lines of headlights. A minor collision ahead slows the flow of cars. No one suspects anything. No one pays attention. And in that brief moment, Marcus and his associates move in on the target. There are no gunshots, no chaos, just a sequence of swift, precise, and almost invisible actions. When the vehicle begins moving again, no one realizes that the most important item is already gone. The original file has disappeared. On the surface, it appears to be nothing more than a rare robbery, an incident that can be explained, but for those who understand the true value of that document, this is not simply an accident. This is a direct strike at the very core of the royal inheritance system. While the plan continues to unfold behind the scenes, a copy begins to be prepared. Edits are carried out with extreme care. Every sentence is considered, every detail is controlled. Everything seems to be moving toward a perfect conclusion. But they miscalculated one thing. King Charles is not a man who is easily deceived. Behind his calm exterior lies sharp observation and a cautious instinct shaped over many years. He understands that within a system like the monarchy, nothing unusual ever happens by chance. And when small signs begin to appear at the same time, it is no longer coincidence. He begins to ask questions. Why does the transport schedule remain unchanged? Yet an incident still occurs. Why do discrepancies in the archive system appear at such a sensitive moment? And most importantly, who has the closest access to those documents? No official announcement is made, no public investigation is launched, but beneath the quiet surface, a silent review process is set in motion. Every link is examined. Every detail is scrutinized. Like a chess game where every move is carefully calculated. Meanwhile, On the other side, those involved in the plan still believe they are in control. They believe everything has been perfectly arranged. They believe no one can see the full picture, but that confidence becomes their greatest weakness, because for a man like King Charles, a single inconsistency is enough to uncover the entire truth. The plan seems flawless in every detail. Yet a cautious man like King Charles cannot be fooled by such simple scenarios. The first mistake does not come from a major action, but from a moment that appears harmless, a quiet afternoon tea, where everything unfolds according to familiar royal protocol. Soft light filters through tall windows, the gentle sound of a spoon touching fine china, and polite conversations drift by, as if nothing unusual is happening behind the thick palace walls. Camilla appears with her usual composed demeanor. Not a single sign of tension. No indication that she stands in the middle of a high-risk game. But within that confidence, a flaw emerges. As the conversation turns to royal estates and their future, she casually makes a remark without realizing how dangerous it is. The future of Norfolk will be arranged in a more reasonable way, a short sentence, not direct, not clearly assertive, but the issue lies in the timing. At that moment, the original file related to Norfolk Estate is still officially recorded as missing. No one outside the internal investigation circle can know its true status, and certainly no one can speak about the future of that estate with such certainty. That moment lasts only a few seconds. The conversation continues as if nothing has happened. But for a man like King Charles, every small detail carries, meaning he does not react immediately, he does not interrupt, he shows no sign of suspicion, but his gaze changes. Acquiesce attention. Enough to register that something does not align. For many years, he has learned to read between the lines, to listen to what is not being said, and Camilla's statement, no matter how subtle, reveals one thing. She knows more than she should. After the afternoon tea, there is no confrontation, no direct questioning, but only a few hours later, a confidential directive is issued, not through official channels, not recorded in any public document. An order delivered in silence, directed toward a force that very few within the royal family have ever dealt with directly. MI5. This special security unit is not called in for ordinary matters. Their involvement means the threat has moved beyond internal boundaries, and this time, their task is not to protect from the outside, but to investigate from within. The review begins immediately, but entirely in the shadows. No public presence, no visible sign that an investigation is underway. Every individual with access to the files is placed under observation. Every unusual activity, no matter how small, is recorded and analyzed. Camilla has no idea that she has become the center of a tightening circle of suspicion. She continues to move through her usual schedule, appearing before the public with a flawless image, but behind the scenes, every step she takes is now under an invisible layer of surveillance. King Charles does not rush. He understands that in a game like this, the greatest mistake is to act too soon. Instead, he waits, he observes, and he allows his opponent to reveal more weaknesses. The remark during the afternoon tea, at first glance, seems like a minor detail, but it becomes the first piece that cracks the perfection of the plan. It opens a new direction of investigation, a chain of reasoning from which everything begins to connect, and from that moment, the balance of power begins to shift. Camilla may have controlled the files, she may have concealed the initial traces, but there is one thing she cannot control: the suspicion of a king who has never believed in coincidences, and once that suspicion is triggered, it will not stop until the truth is revealed. The mistake does not come from a major move, but from a moment that appears completely harmless. That afternoon tea unfolds exactly according to every familiar royal protocol. A quiet setting, soft light, polite conversations that maintain an appearance of calm. No one thinks that within such a seemingly safe space, a small detail would ignite an entire crisis. Camilla appears with her usual composed demeanor, every gesture controlled, every glance calculated. She shows no sign of standing in the middle of a high-risk plan, yet it is precisely that confidence that causes a brief lapse. As the conversation turns to royal estates, the topic quickly reaches Norfolk Estate, a name sitting at the most sensitive point of the entire system, and at that exact moment, Camilla makes a statement that later becomes a turning point. The future of Norfolk will be arranged in a more reasonable way. At first, hearing the statement seems unremarkable. Not direct, not clearly assertive, but the issue is not the content, it is the timing. At that moment, the original file related to Norfolk is still considered missing. This information has not been made public. Only a very small number of insiders understand the seriousness of the situation. That means no one can speak about the future of Norfolk with such certainty unless they know more than they should. The moment passes quickly. The conversation continues. No one in the room reacts. No one asks questions. But King Charles is different. He says nothing. His expression does not change. But his gaze lingers just a fraction longer. Enough to register that something is not right. He is a man accustomed to reading between the lines, to hearing what is left unsaid, and Camilla's statement, no matter how subtle, reveals a weakness. She is one step ahead of the official information. After the afternoon tea, everything maintains its outward calm. There is no confrontation, no direct questioning, but only a few hours later, a confidential order is issued, not through normal procedure, not leaving any clear trace, a directive delivered in silence, aimed at a force rarely mentioned, MI5. Their involvement is not random. When this unit is called in, it means the issue has moved beyond internal boundaries. This is no longer an administrative error. It is a suspicion that could directly threaten the structure of royal power. The investigation begins immediately, but entirely in the shadows. No visible signs to the outside world. Every individual with access to the files is placed under surveillance. Every action, every communication, every smallest detail is analyzed. Camilla has no idea that she has become the center of an invisible circle of monitoring. She continues to appear in public with her familiar image. She maintains her confidence. But behind the scenes, every step she takes is no longer beyond observation. King Charles does not rush to act. He understands that in games like this, patience is decisive. He does not need to accuse, he only needs to wait. Because once a mistake appears, the next mistakes become almost inevitable. And the remark at the afternoon tea, which seems like a small slip, becomes the first crack, a crack large enough to break the perfect surface that the plan is trying to maintain. From that moment, everything changes, and the game of power enters a new phase, where every word and every gesture can become evidence. The operation does not begin with loud arrests, but with a quiet decision inside a sealed control room. Once suspicion is established, King Charles no longer needs speculation. He needs evidence. And in an era where every movement leaves a trace, the answer does not lie in testimony, but in data. The first target is identified as the M25 highway, where the incident is staged with near perfection, a minor accident, a slowing line of vehicles, a moment brief enough to escape attention. Yet the places that appear most chaotic often store the most data: dash cameras from surrounding vehicles, traffic surveillance systems, location signals. Together they form a recording network that cannot be completely erased. The technical team begins to collect every small piece of data, not only from official systems, but from the private vehicles present at the scene. Dozens of video clips are extracted. Hundreds of gigabytes of data are brought in for analysis. Every frame is reviewed. Every movement is compared. A slow process, but one that misses nothing. At first, everything seems normal. Traffic moves. The collision appears minor, but as layers of data are combined, a different picture begins to emerge. A vehicle appears across multiple camera angles, with a movement pattern that does not align with the flow of traffic, a gap in the data timeline, and most importantly, a blind spot that appears to have been deliberately created. From there, they trace a device, a dash camera, not part of the public system, yet it records the most critical minutes. Its data has been partially erased, but not completely. What remains, however small, is enough to open a new path. At the same time as the reconstruction of the scene, another line of investigation is launched: signal analysis. In the area of the incident, hundreds of calls are made within the same time frame, but among those signals, a small group stands out, encrypted at a higher level than usual. Not standard civilian encryption, but something designed to avoid tracing. The technical team does not attempt to break it immediately. They collect, they store, and they wait. Because in some cases, data does not need to be fully decrypted to have value. Identifying the source and the destination of a signal is enough to reconstruct part of the story, and then a discovery brings the entire control room into silence. 12 calls. 12 communications are made within the time frame before and after the incident on the highway. All of them use the same form of encryption. All of them originate from a device that is not publicly registered, and all of them lead to the same receiving point, Marcus Lane. But the most shocking part does not lie on the receiving end, it lies on the source. Experts spend hours verifying, cross-checking with location data, timestamps, and overlapping signal sources, and when everything is assembled, the conclusion becomes impossible to deny. The signal source is directly linked to Camilla. Not speculation, not a hypothesis, but data that has been verified through multiple layers of confirmation, 12 encrypted calls, occurring at the most sensitive moment, directly connecting two critical links in the entire plan. The room falls into a heavy silence, because from that moment, everything is no longer suspicion. What once appeared as scattered fragments now begin to connect into a complete and logical chain, and the most frightening part is not that those calls exist, it is that they were once believed to be impossible to detect. The digital sweep accomplishes what every sophisticated plan fears most. It does not just find traces, it proves that the traces were never truly erased. From that moment, the entire game changes, and what is about to unfold will no longer be under the control of those who once believed they could manipulate everything from the shadows. The collapse does not begin from the outside, but from the very link that once seemed the safest within the system. James Hargrove, once regarded as a symbol of loyalty and discretion within the Royal Archive, ultimately becomes the breaking point of the entire plan. As the silent surveillance tightens, every move available to him is gradually reduced until there is no escape left. The arrest is carried out swiftly, cleanly, and almost without a sound. There is no chaos, no resistance. James is removed from his workplace in silence. Under the control of individuals he does not even have time to fully identify, within a few hours, the man who once held the deepest secrets of the royal family becomes the central suspect in an unprecedented investigation. At first, he tries to remain silent, a natural reflex of someone who has lived too long in an environment where words can become a double-edged blade, but this time, everything is different. The digital evidence, the discrepancies in the files, and especially the established communication links all form an unbreakable circle. The pressure does not come from threats, it comes from certainty. James understands that in this situation, silence is no longer the safe option. And then, after a short period of time, he makes a decision that even he may not have expected. He confesses. No evasion, No holding back. The entire plan is exposed with a level of detail that even the investigators find surprising. From the initial approach, the discrete exchanges, to each step in the process of replacing the files, everything is recounted like a report prepared in advance. In return, James asks for only one thing: leniency. In his world, that is the final chance to salvage what remains of his life, and for those in positions of authority, his testimony is more valuable than any silence. From what James provides, the investigation team quickly identifies the location of both sets of files: the original, taken during the highway incident, and the forged version, carefully altered with the intent of complete replacement. Both are eventually recovered. The moment the two sets of documents are placed side by side is when the truth can no longer be hidden. The small differences, the altered clauses, the names removed or added, all appear clearly like cuts across what once seemed a flawless structure, and at the center of everything, there is no longer any doubt: a deliberately constructed conspiracy. When the two files are delivered, King Charles does not speak immediately. He studies each page slowly and carefully, as if every line carries its own weight. There is no visible anger, no outburst, only a silence so deep that those present can feel the pressure spreading. Because he understands that from this moment, every decision that follows will not affect just one individual, but the entire image and survival of the monarchy. A choice stands before him: make everything public immediately and trigger an unprecedented shock, or control the information. Keep everything contained and prepare for a more decisive move. King Charles chooses the second option. There is no announcement, no leak. Everything is kept in absolute secrecy. But behind that silence, another scenario is being prepared: an unavoidable confrontation where all those involved will have to face the truth. With all the cards in his hand, King Charles does not choose immediate exposure, but prepares for the most terrifying morning in the green room. That morning begins like any other at the palace, yet the atmosphere is entirely different. At exactly 10 o'clock, the door of the green room closes behind those inside, sealing the space completely from the outside world. There is no press, no outsiders, only key figures, and a tension so dense it can almost be felt in the air. Camilla enters with her familiar composure, her head held high, her gaze steady. She shows no sign of concern, no trace of panic. On the contrary, her confidence carries a hint of defiance, as if she believes that everything unfolding is merely a small wave she can easily overcome. For years, she has stood firm through countless scandals and criticisms, and this time, she believes she will remain in control. King Charles is already there. He does not stand, but sits quietly behind the long table, where the two sets of files are placed side by side. One original, one forged, without any explanation. Their presence already speaks for itself. Yet he does not rush. He allows the silence to linger for a few more seconds, forcing everyone present to confront the weight of the moment. The confrontation begins without a long introduction. The king's voice is low, clear, and fully controlled. He does not accuse immediately. Instead, he presents each piece one by one, like someone dismantling a structure to reveal its core: the discrepancies in the files, the irregularities in the archive system, the gaps in the transport data. Each detail is placed on the table as undeniable evidence. At first, Camilla maintains her position. She does not directly deny, but she does not admit either. She responds with her familiar composure, questioning in return, attempting to blur the certainty of what is being presented. It is a strategy she has used for years, to force the other side to prove more, to buy time, to weaken the pressure. But this time, that strategy no longer works. King Charles does not stop at deduction. He gives a signal, and a screen is turned on. The video begins to play, The image is not perfectly clear, but it is enough to identify Marcus Lane, a closed room, an envelope placed on the table, a note, a brief handshake. No words, but the actions are unmistakable. A transaction has taken place, an agreement has been made, and most importantly, the timing of the video matches exactly with the period when the original file is stolen. The room falls into a silence that feels almost suffocating. For the first time, Camilla's gaze shifts, just a very brief moment. But enough to reveal the change. She no longer holds the same absolute certainty as before, yet she does not collapse. She still tries to hold on to the gaps, the points not yet fully stated, like someone trying to keep balance on a rope that is slowly breaking. King Charles continues. He opens the second file. The forged version, there is no need for many words. He simply turns each page, pausing at the key clauses, the places where signatures are falsified, the lines that have been altered, the changes that are enough to redirect the entire inheritance, and then he places it beside the original, allowing the differences to stand clearly before everyone. At this point, there is no room left for denial. Camilla does not respond immediately anymore. She looks at the two files, then back at the king. In her eyes, for the first time, appears something that has never been seen before. Unease. The air in the room feels compressed. No one speaks. No one moves. Everything builds toward the next moment. And then, King Charles reads the order. His voice is not loud. It carries no emotion. But every word is clear, like a verdict already decided. The inheritance rights related to Norfolk estate are revoked. All associated benefits are suspended. The privileges tied to Camilla's current position are to be reviewed immediately. There is no opportunity to respond. No space for negotiation. Everything happens within 15 minutes. 15 minutes to dismantle a structure of power built over decades. 15 minutes to turn someone who once stood at the highest level into the center of an undeniable scandal. 15 minutes to end a journey to the peak of power with a conclusion that perhaps even the person involved could never have imagined. Camilla says nothing more. She does not react. The initial confidence has completely vanished. In its place is a prolonged silence, where every emotion seems compressed beyond expression. She stands there, but she is no longer the same person from just minutes before. King Charles closes the file. There is no further statement, no explanation. The decision has been made, and for him, that is enough. The door of the green room opens. Light from the corridor floods in, cutting across a space that has just witnessed one of the most intense moments. Those outside do not know exactly what has happened, but they can feel the shift. Something has ended. Camilla walks out last, but the person who walks out now is no longer the powerful queen as before, only a figure marked as a culprit within the monarchy. After the door of the green room closes, the aftershock of the decision does not remain contained within that room. It spreads through the corridors, slipping into every shadowed corner of the palace, quickly turning into an undercurrent that cannot be controlled. But the most unsettling part is not the whispers, it is the silence. A heavy, prolonged silence, as if the entire British royal family is collectively avoiding the reality that has just unfolded. Only a few hours after the confrontation, an official order is issued. Direct, without delay. Camilla is required to leave Clarence House within 48 hours. No exceptions. No negotiation. A brutally short time for someone who once stood at the highest position beside the king. This information is not immediately made public, but internally. It spreads at an astonishing speed. Staff members, Ed, those once familiar with Camilla's presence, are now forced to witness a withdrawal that no one dares to speak aloud. Corridors that were once busy become unusually quiet. More doors remain closed, and every footstep carries a sense of unease. Throughout that period, there is no official statement from other members of the royal family. No defense, no explanation, only a prolonged silence, like an invisible wall separating the event from the outside public. Yet that silence speaks louder than any declaration. It reveals the severity of the situation, and at the same time confirms that this is no longer a personal matter, but a systemic crisis. Inside the palace, King Charles does not appear in public. He remains in private space, avoiding attention. But there is one image that circulates, unofficial, unconfirmed, yet spreading like a symbol, the image of the king holding an old commemorative photograph, a moment that once represented connection, a shared journey. And then, in a decisive motion, he tears it apart. There are no words, no clear expression, but the action says everything. It is not only the end of a relationship, it is a complete severing from a part of the past, a decision that cannot be reversed. Meanwhile, Prince William, who has long kept his distance from controversies surrounding Camilla, finally speaks, not with emotional outburst, but with a brief statement carrying weight. He affirms that he will stand to protect the legacy of his late mother, and at the same time defend the honor of his father in light of what has happened. This is not just a personal statement. It is a clear signal of transition, of a new generation stepping into the center of the crisis, and from that moment, the balance of power within the royal family shifts in a way that cannot be denied. The following days pass under sustained tension. There is no further official information, no public appearance from Camilla, only speculation, theories, and a shared sense that a major chapter in royal history has just closed in the most painful way. Looking back at the entire event, it cannot be denied that this is one of the biggest scandals in modern royal history, not only because of the severity of the actions, but because of the consequences left behind. Trust, the very foundation of monarchy, has been tested like never before, and when trust is shaken from within, everything around it begins to crack. Yet at the same time, this is also a turning point, a moment that forces the monarchy to redefine itself, to confront questions it once avoided. The future of the British monarchy will no longer be the same. What has happened will become an inseparable part of the story it must carry forward. And perhaps the most thought-provoking part is not about who is right or wrong, but about the price paid for power, for ambition, and for decisions made in the shadows. The truth has finally come to light. Thank you for listening to today's commentary. Do not forget to like and subscribe to stay updated on the latest developments of this story. Goodbye and see you again. Has always been bound by protocol and hierarchy. There has never been a reigning king who knelt before someone who had not yet worn the crown. Until that shocking moment, in a private and discreet ceremony behind palace doors, King Charles III did what no one had ever imagined. He knelt before Catherine, Princess of Wales, an act carried out in silence. Yet its echo resounded through the corridors of power. That image did not only leave those present holding their breath, it also pushed the entire royal family into an unprecedented state of tension. Queen Camilla, who has spent decades fighting for acceptance and to erase a controversial past, was said to be unable to hide her emotions, tears, sleepless nights, and a growing sense of unease. Because this was not simply a gesture of affection. It could be a signal, a message sent without words. What led to this unprecedented moment? Was it the journey of battling illness that brought them closer together? Was it the growing maturity and increasingly solid position of Catherine in the eyes of the public? Or deeper still, was it a quiet shift of power unfolding within the royal family? And if this truly was a strategic move, then it will change everything. What do you think? Was King Charles kneeling before Catherine a sign of genuine affection like that of a father toward a daughter? or a clear political message that Catherine is the future of the monarchy? Please comment 1 or 2 below. I will read and respond to all. To understand why this act caused such shock, we must begin with royal protocol and its true meaning. To understand why King Charles III kneeling caused such shock, we must start at the very heart of the British royal ceremonial system, a place where every gesture, every movement, carries a meaning far beyond its outward form. In ceremonies such as the investiture ceremony, the granting of titles or honors is not simply a formal event. It is an official recognition from the crown, a declaration before the nation that the individual being honored has reached a special standing. Yet, even in the most solemn ceremonies, one unchanging rule has always remained. The monarch grants honor. The monarch does not kneel before the recipient. Think back to the coronation ceremony in 2023. At that time, King Charles III did kneel, but he knelt before God, a sacred symbolic act, expressing that the power of the monarch is not absolute, but placed under a higher authority. That is part of a tradition that spans centuries. A king may kneel before the divine, but not before a subject. That is why, when the image of Charles kneeling before Catherine emerged, even within a private ceremony, it shattered a principle that had long been considered almost untouchable. In more than 1,000 years of history, it is extremely rare, almost without precedent, for a reigning monarch to perform such an act before someone who is not yet sovereign. And Catherine, although she is the Princess of Wales, has not yet worn the crown. But what makes this event even more extraordinary lies in the title that accompanied it. Catherine was not simply being honored. She became a royal companion in the Order of the Companions of Honor, a system of honors established 107 years ago, with a strict limit of only 65 members across the entire United Kingdom. This is one of the rarest distinctions, usually reserved for individuals with outstanding contributions in the arts, science, politics, or public service, and throughout more than a century of its existence, no member of the royal family has ever been appointed in this way. Catherine is the first, a true royal companion, not merely a symbol, but a strategic choice. When placing these two elements side by side, the act of kneeling and the unprecedented title, the picture begins to become clearer. This is no longer a personal gesture. It is a carefully calculated message, a public declaration, without words, that King Charles III sees Catherine not only as a daughter-in-law, but as a future pillar of the monarchy. At a time when the monarchy is facing unprecedented challenges, from public pressure, generational change, to internal tensions, identifying a face that represents the future has become a matter of survival. And Catherine, with her image of stability, composure, and strong connection with the public, appears to have become the clearest choice. The act of kneeling, therefore, is not a lowering of status. On the contrary, it is an elevation, a way of placing Catherine into a position without the need for a direct declaration, a way of sending the message that the transition, though not yet official, has already begun. But it is precisely that which has created undercurrents within the palace, because when one person is elevated, others may feel their own position begin to tremble. And in a system where hierarchy is everything, any change always carries consequences. However, the most important thing to understand is that this act did not emerge from a vacuum. It was not an impulsive decision or a performative gesture. It came from a deeper connection, an experience that both King Charles and Catherine went through together, a dark period that changed how they saw each other, and changed how they saw their roles within the royal family. Because behind the rituals and titles, behind the lights and cameras, there are still human beings. And sometimes, it is the most vulnerable moments that lead to the strongest decisions. But this meaningful gesture of respect was not accidental. It was rooted in a dark experience they both shared. Let us return to the year 2024, the year when cancer forever changed the relationship between a king and his daughter-in-law. The year 2024 began like any other for the British royal family. Packed schedules, public appearances arranged down to the minute, but behind palace doors, a storm was quietly forming, and when it broke, it changed everything. At the beginning of that year, information about the health of King Charles III began to leak. At first, scattered rumors. Then official confirmation. The king had been diagnosed with cancer. A shock not only to the public, but also within the royal family itself. Before public reaction could settle, another piece of news emerged. Catherine, Princess of Wales, was also facing the same illness. Two people, two generations, two different positions within the structure of power. Yet now, they were drawn closer by a reality no one had wished for. The London clinic became a point where their paths converged. No more rigid protocol, no more invisible distance. Only human vulnerability remained. During the days of treatment, the image of King Charles III walking slowly through hospital corridors became a detail often mentioned internally. He did not travel with a large entourage. There were no media lenses, just a father-in-law quietly visiting his daughter-in-law. Some days, he came more than once. Some days, he simply stood outside the room, asking about her condition before leaving. And when he could not be there in person, he called every day. These calls were not about work, but to ask one simple question: "How are you feeling today?" A question that may seem ordinary, but in that context, it carried an entirely different meaning. It was in moments like these that a new relationship began to form. No longer the distance between a king and his daughter-in-law, no longer the rituals that kept them on opposite sides. Catherine gradually became something more, not just the Princess of Wales, but a daughter who was truly loved. Those close to them later revealed that Charles began to address Catherine in more affectionate ways. He listened to her, not as a monarch, but as a father, and Catherine, in the most difficult period of her life, opened her heart in a way she never had before. What is remarkable is that Catherine also became the one who brought change to the king. In long conversations, during exhausting days of treatment, she shared something the public had always felt but never heard directly: that the royal family needed to be closer to the people. That warmth does not weaken power, but instead makes it more enduring. And this time, Charles listened. After returning to public duties, the change became visible. Small gestures, longer handshakes, more direct eye contact with the public. An image of a king who was less distant, less rigid, and most notably, the way he appeared beside Catherine, not only as a member of the royal family, but as an ally. At the same time, the relationship between Charles and Prince William, which had gone through many periods of quiet tension, also began to shift. And once again, Catherine played a central role. She did not take sides. She connected. She listened to both. And through her subtlety, she became the bridge the royal family had long been missing. It can be said that during the most difficult period, Catherine was not only fighting illness, she also, perhaps unintentionally, became the bond that held together a fragile balance between generations. An unofficial role, yet one of immense significance. Long-time observers began to notice a deeper change. In the way Charles looked at Catherine, no longer cautious assessment as before, but trust. A trust built not from duty, but from shared experience. From the days when they faced their greatest fear together, two people from different generations fought against something no one would ever choose, and they endured. That alone created a bond no ceremony could replace. And when Catherine later appeared before the public, announcing that she was in recovery, that image was not only good news, it was a symbol of resilience. And for Charles, It was also a reminder of everything they had been through together. But within the royal family, personal emotion rarely exists in isolation. Every shift in relationship carries consequences for power. And with this special bond, Catherine was not only loved, she began to be entrusted with more trust, more responsibility, and most importantly, more influence. Decisions began to include her presence. Important events no longer took place without Catherine. Step by step, she moved closer to the center of the royal structure, not through open ambition, but through quiet recognition. But that rise did not happen in isolation, because every step Catherine took forward meant that the balance of power was shifting, and in a system where positions are clearly defined, any shift can create tension. With this special bond, Catherine was not only loved, she also began to be given increasingly important roles. Yet that very rise began to spark an undercurrent of conflict. From the quiet corridors of the hospital to the public stage, the rise of Catherine has become clearer than ever. If the year 2024 was the moment Catherine stepped through darkness, then the year 2025 is when she stepped into the light with an entirely different position. No longer just a beloved princess of Wales, Catherine began to appear as a center of power in the making, and this was most clearly reflected in one of the most symbolic events of the British royal family. Trooping the Colour 2025, a traditional military ceremony where all eyes are directed toward the balcony and the royal stand. But that year, there was one detail that made longtime observers pause. Catherine was not standing in her usual place behind. She was seated beside King Charles III and Queen Camilla, not by coincidence, not a temporary arrangement, but a carefully staged message. In the royal system, position is never random. Every movement, every seat, reflects hierarchy and importance, and Catherine, appearing beside the king and queen, sent a very clear signal. She was no longer at the edge. She was moving into the center. At the same time, Catherine's role within the military was being strongly reinforced. As Colonel of the Irish Guards, she was not only participating in ceremonies, but also building a deep connection with the unit. Her appearances were no longer symbolic. They carried confidence, understanding, and a clear sense of leadership, qualities once expected only from those preparing for the highest role. But perhaps the clearest sign of generational transition lies in a plan being discussed behind the scenes. Royal warrants. One of the most important instruments of soft power within the royal family, allowing senior members to officially endorse brands and businesses. For decades, this has been a privilege almost exclusively reserved for the monarch and the most senior figures. And now, the plan to grant the authority to issue royal warrants to Prince William and Catherine is being seriously considered. If this becomes reality, it will mark a turning point, not just trust, but a real transfer, a way to place the next generation in positions of influence even while the current reign continues. Alongside these shifts in role and position, another factor is strengthening Catherine's rise. Public support. According to a YouGov survey in January 2026, Catherine reached a favorability rating of 74%. Prince William was even higher, at 77%. Meanwhile, Queen Camilla recorded 42% positive and 45% negative, the lowest level in many years. These numbers are not just statistics, they reflect a deeper truth: who the public chooses to trust, and in a modern monarchy, where survival depends heavily on public support, such figures carry near decisive weight. Catherine, through her composure and consistency, has become the image the public wants to see. Someone both approachable and worthy of representing tradition. Someone who avoids controversy yet holds strong influence. And most importantly, someone with the ability to connect. Within the royal family, her role has also become clearer. Catherine is not the one who creates conflict. She is the one who resolves it. When tensions arise between generations, She stands in the middle. When distances begin to appear, she bridges them. That is why many have begun to call her by an unofficial name, the peacemaker. But that role goes even further. Catherine does not only keep peace, she holds cohesion. In a family where each member carries their own pressures and responsibilities, she becomes a shared anchor, an invisible bond that keeps everything from coming apart. And because of all this, the preparation for her future has been unfolding quietly, but clearly. No official announcements, no public ceremonies. Yet through each decision, each appearance, each new responsibility, Catherine is being shaped into a queen in waiting in the truest sense. What is notable is that none of this has happened too quickly. It has been built step by step, carefully, strategically, but when looking at the full picture, the direction becomes undeniable. Catherine is moving along a path toward the highest position, and she is being prepared for it, not only by the public, but by the very center of power. However, within the royal family, every rise comes with a cost, because when one person moves forward, the existing order is challenged, and not everyone is ready to accept that. The public affection for Catherine brings hope to the monarchy. It creates a positive image, a stable future, but at the same time, it also raises quiet concerns, especially for a woman who has spent a lifetime securing her current position. And behind that brilliance lies a story few dare to speak openly. A relationship growing increasingly tense, a competition without words, yet filled with pressure. The rise of Catherine is not only a story of success, it is also the beginning of a conflict. And at the center of that conflict is Queen Camilla. But as the spotlight shines on the rise of Catherine, another story is quietly unfolding in the shadows. A story with no official statement, no confirmation from the palace, yet one that is being mentioned more and more within the corridors of power. It is the growing tension between Catherine and Queen Camilla, and according to many close sources, this may be the most intense conflict between two senior royal women in recent years. To understand Camilla's emotions, it is necessary to look back at the journey she has endured. For decades, she not only faced public criticism, but also lived under the immense shadow of Diana. The image of the other woman followed her for a long time. Becoming queen was not something that came easily. It was the result of years of patience, endurance, and a gradual reclaiming of acceptance. But now, as she has reached the height of power, a new concern has emerged, not from outside, but from within the royal family itself. Catherine, with her rapid and powerful rise, is unintentionally creating a sense of being pushed aside, a feeling that Camilla may have believed she would never have to face again. Royal watchers have begun to notice small but telling signs. Moments when the two appear together, yet barely interact. Events where they are positioned at a careful distance. And even, according to some sources, times when they prefer not to remain in the same space for long. The relationship is described in a single word: cold. There are no public confrontations, no arguments before the cameras, but that very silence makes everything more tense. Because within the royal family, what is left unsaid often carries the greatest meaning. One of the most significant points of friction is believed to involve Prince Harry. Differing views on how to handle the relationship with Harry have created deep disagreements. While Camilla is said to hold a firm stance, Catherine is seen as more conciliatory, seeking reconciliation. This difference is not merely personal. It reflects two completely different approaches to the future of the monarchy. And then, past remarks have begun to return and haunt the present. At one point, Camilla was believed to have questioned Catherine's background. A young woman not from traditional aristocracy, someone not raised from childhood to be part of the system. Yet those very qualities, ironically, have become Catherine's greatest strength. Her closeness, her authenticity, an untiring work ethic, qualities the public easily recognizes and relates to. In the eyes of many, Catherine is not just a member of the royal family. She is the new Queen of Hearts, an image that recalls Diana, but with a more modern and more stable approach. And that is precisely what makes the situation so sensitive, because history seems to be repeating itself. A woman deeply loved by the public is once again becoming the center of attention, while the one holding the highest position must face inevitable comparisons. For King Charles III, this is an extremely difficult situation. On one side is the woman who has stood beside him for many years, the one he chose despite all controversy. On the other is his daughter-in-law, whom he increasingly trusts and feels close to, especially after what they went through together in the year 2024. Sources describe the king as being at his wit's end, not because of a political crisis, but because of a personal conflict that cannot be resolved easily, because any inclination toward one side could create significant consequences. In private moments, this pressure is said to have become even more evident. Charles is not only required to maintain the image of a king, he must also act as a mediator. But when the two most important women in his life stand on opposite sides, that role becomes almost impossible. This tension does not remain confined to personal emotion. It begins to affect how the royal family operates. Small decisions become more complicated. Events require greater calculation, and all eyes are watching, searching for signs of change. Yet what remains most striking is the reaction of the public. The affection for Catherine has not diminished. On the contrary, it continues to grow stronger. Every appearance, every small gesture, receives overwhelming support. This creates an invisible pressure, not only for Camilla, but for the entire system. Because in a modern monarchy, power does not come only from titles. It comes from public support, and in this dynamic, Catherine holds a clear advantage. That appeal is not just a matter of image. It is a reminder that there are forces which cannot be fully controlled by protocol or structure, that sometimes it is public emotion that shapes the future. The public's affection for Catherine brings hope to the royal family. It creates a positive narrative, a clear direction in a time of uncertainty. But at the same time, it raises deep concerns, especially for those who have fought for many years to secure their place. And when looking at the full picture, one thing becomes clear. This is not just the story of two women. It is the story of two symbols, two approaches, two images representing two different eras of the monarchy. One represents the present, the other represents the future, and in that transition, conflict is almost inevitable. Catherine's public appeal does not only worry Camilla, it also reminds the entire establishment of the power of a true Queen of Hearts. So why does the public love Catherine so deeply? Let us look at the remarkable similarities between her and Diana. When speaking of public appeal within the British royal family, there is one name that has almost become the standard for every generation that follows: Diana, Princess of Wales, the woman who changed how the public viewed the monarchy, not through power, but through emotion. And now, many years after her passing, a question is quietly returning. Is Catherine stepping onto the path that Diana once walked? And if so, what is it that makes the public see that image once again? The first similarity lies in their closeness. Both Diana and Catherine do not create distance from the public. They do not only appear at formal events, but actively step beyond rigid protocol. They shake hands, they speak, they look directly into the eyes of those they meet. Actions that may seem small, yet create a deeply genuine connection. In particular, Catherine's journey facing cancer has opened an emotional door that few had seen before. When she appeared in a video filmed in a garden, sharing her health condition, it was not a cold announcement. It was a personal story, a sincere expression. And that sincerity made millions feel that they were not simply looking at a member of the royal family, but at a human being. Images of Catherine visiting hospitals and speaking with patients are not merely ceremonial. They carry empathy, an understanding shaped by real experience. This strongly recalls the way Diana once touched the hearts of the public, not through grand words, but through presence and genuine care. It is for this reason that the name Queen of Hearts has begun to appear once again, an unofficial title, yet one that carries special weight. Because it cannot be granted by ceremony, it can only be given freely by the public. However, if we stop at similarities, the picture remains incomplete, because Catherine is not a copy of Diana. She walks her own path, and it is the differences that truly define her place in the modern monarchy. If Diana represented emotional intensity and the breaking of convention, then Catherine represents stability. She does not create shocks. She does not step outside the system. Instead, she operates within it. With skill and patience, her professionalism is visible in every detail. The way she handles the media, the way she chooses her moments to appear, the way she remains silent when necessary. In an environment where every mistake is magnified, maintaining an image almost free of scandal for many years is no simple task. It is precisely this combination of emotion and discipline that creates a new model. Someone who can connect with the public while preserving institutional stability, something the British monarchy, in the modern era, needs more than ever. And when compared with Queen Camilla, the contrast becomes even clearer. While Camilla continues to face mixed public perception, Catherine receives overwhelming support, not only from a small group, but across generations, from those who once admired Diana to younger audiences searching for a new image. This appeal does not come from a media campaign. It comes from accumulation, from each appearance, from each consistent action, and from the sense that Catherine is not merely performing a role, but living it. This creates an advantage that few can achieve, a natural trust from the public, and in a modern monarchy, where public support is essential for survival, that is the most valuable asset of all. Perhaps that is why more and more people believe that Catherine is not only the Princess of Wales, she is the future, not just in title, but in how the monarchy will connect with the outside world in the years ahead. And if history is repeating itself in some way, then this time it may follow a different path, more stable, more sustainable, yet still preserving what matters most, the heart of the people, looking back at the entire story. From the shocking moment when King Charles III knelt, to the shared journey through illness that brought two seemingly distant individuals together, and the clear rise of Catherine on the public stage, a larger picture begins to emerge. These are not isolated events. They are part of a process, a deliberate transition. King Charles is not only fulfilling the role of a monarch, he is making choices. And within those choices, Catherine emerges as a new center, not through direct statements, not through official confirmation, but through actions, through positioning, through trust given again and again. He is placing Catherine into the role of the new heart of the monarchy, in a context where the king's health is no longer what it once was. This becomes even more significant. Because the future is no longer a distant concept, it is approaching faster than ever. And when that moment arrives, the role of Prince William and Catherine will not simply grow larger, it will become the foundation. We are witnessing a rare period of transition. Not loud, not sudden, but clear, step by step. The next generation is being brought into the center, and in that process, Catherine is not only a companion, she is an essential part of the new structure. The British royal family has endured for more than 1,000 years, not only because of tradition, but because of its ability to adapt, the ability to find the right person at the right time, those who can connect the past with the present and open the future. And this time, all signs point to that person being Catherine. But the biggest question still remains. What will the future of the monarchy look like when Catherine steps into the highest role? Will she be able to maintain the balance between tradition and modernity? Will her public appeal be enough to sustain an institution under growing pressure? Or will underlying tensions continue to rise? What do you think? How will the future of the British royal family change with Catherine? Leave your thoughts below. And do not forget to say whether you choose number 1 or number 2 at the beginning of the video. If you find this story compelling and want to explore deeper into the untold aspects of the royal family, please like, subscribe, and turn on notifications. Thank you for staying with us until the very last moments. A lavish royal wedding. Watched by hundreds of millions of people around the world, the church bells rang out. The bride walked forward in a long, flowing white gown, her eyes innocent and full of hope. The groom stood there, smiling brightly, as if he were beginning a perfect fairy tale. But in that very moment, among the solemn rows of guests, there was another woman quietly observing. No one paid attention to her. No one imagined that her presence would become a fateful turning point. 16 years later, that very woman appeared on the balcony of Buckingham Palace, standing beside the man from years before, as the Duchess of Cornwall, and then, one day, she could become queen. How could a relationship once seen as an affair, condemned by an entire nation, gradually reshape the history of one of the oldest royal families in the world? But to understand that journey, we must turn back time to the year 1997. A horrific accident in Paris took the life of Diana, the woman loved by the entire world. Her death was not only a personal tragedy, but also a shock wave that shook the entire British royal family. The public was grieving, outraged, and began asking questions that had never been spoken before. 8 years later, a controversial return began. Camilla, once seen as the cause of every fracture, slowly stepped into the light. From the shadows of scandal, she moved forward step by step, slowly but steadily, toward the center of power. What do you think about this relationship? If you were a citizen of Britain, would you support Charles marrying Camilla? Comment number 1. Or do you believe this was an unforgivable betrayal of Diana? Comment number 2. Leave your opinion in the comment section below. The story began on a summer afternoon in the year 1972. At that time, Prince Charles was still a young man, carrying the weight of future kingship on his shoulders, yet longing for a free love like anyone else. And then he met Camilla Shand, not in a fairy tale setting, but in a very ordinary gathering among the British upper class. Yet it was that natural simplicity that created a special connection. Camilla was not like the other women around Charles. She did not try to impress, nor did she appear intimidated by his status. On the contrary, she was direct, sharp, and somewhat playful. That was exactly what drew Charles in almost immediately. Their relationship developed quickly. Not loud, not showy, but deep enough for both of them to believe they had found the right person. However, in the world of royalty, love has never been the deciding factor. Duty, tradition, and the strict expectations placed on the future partner of a king created invisible barriers that could not be overcome. Camilla, with a complicated romantic past and a background not entirely suitable by royal standards at the time, gradually became an unacceptable choice. In the year 1973, while Charles was serving in the Navy overseas, Camilla made a decision that changed everything. She married Andrew Parker Bowles, a military officer with whom she had a long-standing relationship. It was not just a marriage, but also an ending to the love story between Camilla and Charles. At least, that was what the public believed at the time. Charles returned and faced the reality that the woman he loved now belonged to another man. But what few people knew was that the bond between them never truly disappeared. It simply changed form, becoming quieter, more discreet, yet also more dangerous. Nearly a decade later, pressure from the royal family grew stronger. Charles needed to marry, not only for personal happiness, but for the duty of producing an heir. And then Diana Spencer appeared, young, beautiful, innocent, and perfectly fitting the image the royal family desired. A perfect princess in the eyes of the public. In the year 1981, the wedding of Charles and Diana took place like a real-life fairy tale. More than 750 million people around the world watched the event on television. It was an unprecedented number, turning the wedding into one of the most watched events in history. All eyes were on the bride and groom, on their radiant smiles, on the magnificent wedding dress, on vows that seemed as though they would last forever. But within that perfect scene, there was a detail that would later send chills down many spines when remembered. Camilla Parker Bowles was on the guest list. She sat there, watching the man she once loved, and perhaps still loved, marry another woman, a moment that seemed small, yet carried symbolic weight for the entire tragedy that was about to unfold. The marriage of Charles and Diana was initially built on image, on expectation, and on pressure. But behind the palace doors, reality was entirely different. The gap in age, in life experience, and most importantly, in emotion, caused the relationship to fracture quickly. Diana, with her sensitive heart, soon realized that she was not the only person in her marriage. Camilla, though not publicly present, remained a constant shadow. Phone calls, private meetings, connections that were never truly severed. All of it formed a complex love triangle, where no one was truly happy. By the early years of the 1990s, rumors began to leak into the public. The press seized every detail, every unusual sign within the royal marriage. And then, in the year 1994, a turning point occurred. In a televised interview, Charles publicly admitted for the first time that he had been unfaithful. It was not just a personal confession. It was a shock to the entire nation. The image of a perfect royal marriage collapsed before the public eye, and the name Camilla, from a woman behind the scenes, officially became the center of all criticism. Public opinion erupted in anger. Diana was seen as a victim, and Camilla became a symbol of betrayal in the eyes of many. But behind those judgments, the story did not end, because what had happened was only the beginning of a far greater tragedy. No one could have imagined that the three people in that marriage were being pulled into a spiral with no way out, a spiral whose ending would not only be the collapse of a family, but also a loss that would leave the entire world in shock. In the year 1996, after years of quiet tension and fractures that could not be repaired, the marriage between Charles and Diana officially came to an end. The decision to divorce was no longer a personal matter, but became a national event, announced before the public with full formality, yet unable to hide the deep wounds behind it. For many people in Britain, it was not just the breakup of a royal couple, but the collapse of a dream that had once been built like a perfect fairy tale. Diana left that marriage with the title Princess of Wales, but no longer as an official member of the royal family. Yet the paradox was that during this period, she became closer to the public than ever before, no longer bound by strict rules. Diana appeared more often, spoke more openly, and most importantly, she began telling her own story, a story of loneliness inside the palace, of betrayal, and of living in a marriage that, as she once said, had three people in it. That statement quickly spread, becoming a symbol of the entire royal tragedy. It did not only refer to the presence of Camilla, but also exposed a truth that had long been hidden behind rituals and perfect images. The public began to see Diana not only as a princess, but as a human being, a woman who had been hurt, abandoned, and was trying to find herself again. Just 1 year later, in the summer of the year 1997, the world once again turned its attention to Diana. But this time, it was not because of her charity work or public appearances. but because of horrifying news. A car accident in Paris took her life. The news spread at an astonishing speed. And within hours, the entire world fell into shock. Millions of people could not believe what had just happened. Flowers, letters, and tears began to appear outside the gates of Kensington Palace. Not only in Britain, but across the world, Diana was remembered as a symbol of compassion, empathy, and a life marked by tragedy. Her funeral became one of the most watched events in history, with billions following through their screens. But while the public was immersed in grief, inside the royal family, a real storm was forming. The initial reaction of the Queen surprised many. She remained silent, did not immediately appear before the public, and made no comforting statements as many had expected. This quickly led to intense criticism from the media and the public. Questions were raised about coldness, about the distance between the royal family and the emotions of the people. At the same time, another name became the focus of public anger: Camilla Parker Bowles. In the eyes of many, she was not only the third person in the marriage of Charles and Diana, but was also seen as part of the cause of the final tragedy. The criticism did not remain at a personal level, but spread widely across society. There were surveys showing that at that time, Camilla was considered the most hated woman in Britain, a heavy label that reflected the level of anger and disappointment among the public. Her image became tied to betrayal, to secret phone calls, and to a love story that many believed should never have existed. Even within the royal family, Camilla was not accepted. The Queen, according to many sources, had expressed strong opposition to the relationship. There were accounts that she referred to Camilla as "that wicked woman," and even declared that she would never allow her to be in the same room. This was not only a personal reaction, but also reflected the values of a generation, a system in which honor and duty were always placed above personal feelings. Charles, in that context, found himself in an extremely difficult position. On one side was a personal relationship that had lasted for decades. On the other was pressure from his family, from the royal institution, and from an entire nation watching his every move. Every decision at that point was no longer private, but carried deep political and social consequences. The years following Diana's death were a period in which the British royal family had to face a serious crisis of trust. The public no longer viewed them with unquestioned admiration. Instead, there were questions, doubts, and a growing demand for transparency. And within that turbulent picture, Camilla almost disappeared from the spotlight. She did not appear publicly, did not speak, and did not respond to criticism. She stepped back, waited, and perhaps understood that any move at that time could make the situation worse. But history always has unpredictable turning points. When everything seems to be set, when images appear fixed in the public mind, it is often the most unexpected factors that begin to emerge. And yet, only a few years later, everything began to change in an almost unbelievable way. After the storm of emotion that followed Diana's death, many believed that the door for Camilla had been closed forever. But behind the ancient stone walls of the royal family, another story was quietly unfolding. Not loud, not public, but calculated and patient. Entering the early years of the 2000s, Prince Charles no longer hid his desire to legitimize his relationship, and to do that, he needed something more important than anything else: the approval of the Queen. Private meetings began to take place at Balmoral and Sandringham around the years 2004 to 2005. These were not ordinary conversations, but tense discussions where every small detail was carefully considered. Charles and his team of advisors gradually built a strategy, not to persuade through emotion, but through logic, through time. And by placing the Queen in a position where she had almost no other choice. At first, the opposition remained very clear. The Queen did not view this issue only from a personal perspective. but through the lens of royal responsibility. Camilla was not just a woman, but a symbol of a crisis of trust that the monarchy had just endured. Accepting her would mean acknowledging part of the mistakes of the past. And that was not easy for an institution that had always placed stability and image above all else. However, Charles did not step back. He understood that time could soften even the strongest reactions. The public gradually spoke less about the past. The media shifted to other stories, and the image of Camilla, though still controversial, was no longer the center of outrage, as before. That was the opening that Charles and his team chose to use. Step by step, they brought Camilla back into public